Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions, of course broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and joining me is South Achilles King, and we are going to be hopping into some great matches here tonight.
Absolutely, we are bringing you guys the action for the Solo King tournament. And who do we have up first in our matchup? I believe we have Peanut versus Bengi, SKT's own Bengi. This is going to be one heck of a matchup coming in on this first game.
Exactly, a world champion facing off against a player who's not even old enough to play yet. Peanut as a sub for Najin, kind of the new guard of new players coming in. He's so good, or at least Najin saw so much talent in Peanut, that they picked him up for their organization before he was even old enough to play or eligible to play in Champions. So it's actually going to be a sort of the old versus the new guard. Peanut, haven't actually had a chance to watch him play yet. You know, there is a lot of potential there, but that is going to be our first matchup of the day. And of course, we're going to have 4 best of 3s of the day with, of course, 2 final best of 3s to determine which 2 players are going to make it out of Group C1. And of course, later on, we'll have Group C2 coming up. But like you said, this is the Solo King tournament, Achilles. It is going to be a 1v1 tournament. In case you guys are new to the format, we'll go ahead and break down some of the small rules for you. Essentially, the way that you win is by either killing the opposing champion, the opposing turret, or a lot of opposing minions.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to hit that 100 CS mark with a 10 CS disparity between you and your opponent in order to win by CS. Now, you can roam the map, but you cannot touch those jungle creeps. If you do that, you are disqualified, as well as if you leave the game, these players will be disqualified. But I don't think we'll have to worry about that too much. I believe most of these games have been ending in first bloods, so it's really cutthroat action that's going to be coming out from these games today.
Exactly, and it's going to be a lot of action coming your way. You can see the brackets up there on your screen right now. Peanut versus Bengi will be our first matchup of the night, followed closely by Frozen versus Wolf, Easyhoon versus Wraith, and that's going to be something really exciting to watch, because Wraith actually used to play on SKT as the sub for when Pumandu is on the team. And of course, you can see the team portraits, or the player portraits, coming up there on your screen. First match of the night is Peanut versus Bengi.
Yeah, I think that I kind of have to give this one over to being my most exciting game of the day, at least for me personally. Like you said, we haven't really seen Peanut play. We know Bengi, we've seen him for years now, but Peanut very much that new face on the block, and I'm really interested to see if he can almost bring an upset and beat out Bengi in this 1v1.
Yeah, like I said, and coming up next, Frozen versus Wolf. Now, Wolf, previously of that Wolf Bang bottom lane that was so strong, has come over here to SKT's main roster for this season of Champions, and facing off against Frozen, a guy that maybe some of the old guard will remember, but should definitely watch out for this guy. Mid laner for Incredible Miracle this season, and somebody I expect to actually have a pretty decent shot in that 1v1.
Yeah, Incredible Miracle's been having a great showing up, almost taking down CJ Ensis just the other night, so gotta look forward to seeing them play. But of course, after that, we have Easyhoon versus Wraith, which is sure to be one heck of a matchup as well. All of these matchups are just excellently crafted, I must say.
Absolutely, and this matchup is the one that I'm particularly excited for. Not only do we have Easyhoon, anybody that you sub Faker out for is going to be pretty awesome to watch. And of course, Wraith kind of making his return to a team that hasn't had a whole lot of individual success, but still a very individually strong player as well. And of course, our final matchup of the night will be QB versus OQ. Of course, without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into our first best of 3 of the night. It'll be 3 games, possibly 3 games, best of 1 or 1v1s. And it's going to be champion picks and bans up there on your screen right now. You can see Ari banned here, a champion that we don't see banned all that often. And notably, you're going to see some interesting champions picked, because traditionally players tend to play towards champions that are in their champion pool already, which may mean that Peanut may have a slight advantage over Bengi, whose jungle champion pool is pretty limited to things like Jarvan the Fourth and Pantheon for 1v1s.
Yeah, and as we can see, that Pantheon was indeed taken away, but Bengi with that Urgot pick coming in, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and see Peanut on the Nidalee. This, what do you think of this? Specifically the Urgot choice so far.
Well, keep in mind, we haven't actually seen either one of these champions in Solo King so far, and when you think about the 1v1 potential, Urgot's damage, a lot of people don't understand exactly how much damage Urgot can do, so it can get a little bit insane. The downside of picking Nidalee in this matchup is still a little bit unsure if he's going to be going Bruiser Nidalee or AP. It should be the AP variety, but in the 1v1 matchup, Bruiser Nidalee actually does have a lot of strengths over a champion like Urgot. AP Nidalee is primarily, you farm things up and you hit those really high damage spears, but at the same time, in the current patch, which is what we are on right now, patch 5.2, AP Nidalee is just incredibly strong.
Yeah, really interested to see how this one is going to go forward. Just a few scant seconds left before we load into the game, so I'm quite excited. Like you said, that AP Nidalee likely coming out. Urgot, I want to see what Bengi's going to do with this. Maybe he's going to try to stall until 6, hit her with the ultimate, pull her underneath the turret, and try to secure a kill. There's a lot of opportunities for different types of play here, and I'm really interested to see how a master like Bengi is going to bring this one out.
Right, and the confusing thing for me is, at least amongst junglers so far in this tournament, it's been almost unanimous that they want to go for, like I said, the Pantheon or the Jarvan the Fourth. Some great all-in champions, and it's kind of like you're ganking a lane when you go in for the all-in. It's not a big mystery when that happens, but at least so far, or specifically for Bengi, he has I think the most wins on any champion on Jarvan this season in Champions, so I would have expected to see that come out. However, when you play Jarvan, you're committing to a very all-in sort of play style, so when your opponent knows that the only way you're going to win the game is by killing them, they can pick safer champions, they can just farm things out and hit their victory condition in the CS department rather than trying to look for kills.
Yeah, precisely. In that 1v1 matchup with the J4, it's just not the strongest until he can get some items under his belt. The Hydra is fantastic for him. So going into this, especially against a champion pool that can involve so many marksmen, it's just too much of a risk. So not very surprising that we see that one, not in here.
Yeah, and it's actually funny that you mentioned that, Achilles, because as far as marksmen go, AD carries have traditionally performed very, very well, both the players and the champions here. And so you see things like Caitlyn and Lucian as really top tier picks so far. So it's actually going to be really exciting to see a departure away from that. Now, I guess you could consider Urgot kind of an AD carry. Yellow Pete's out there really wanting to count him in that category somewhere. But at least for right now, it's going to be interesting to see our very first Urgot game versus equally exciting our very first Nidalee. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be loading out onto the Rift here for our first best of 3. Will be game number 1 between Bengi and Peanut. Peanut kind of coming in as a new player. Bengi is very much so the old guard world champion versus kind of the new up and coming champions here as SK Telecom T1 Bengi takes on the Najin sub, or I guess I can't even call him a sub yet, but he is on the Najin roster. I think he'll be subbing in as soon as he is eligible to play, so it's going to be exciting to see Peanut come out here facing off against Bengi in our first best of 3 of the night. So once again, welcome to the Solo King. We'll be having game number 1 coming your way here in just a second. Once again, brought to you here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilles, and we should be getting into game here in just a second, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite Korean players from Champions this season. Of course, brought to you on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid. With me is Achilles, and we're getting into our first game of the night. First best of 3 series between Bengi, MSK Telecom, T1, and Peanut, sub for Najin EM Fire.
Yeah, and we are underway. As we can see, Bengi already fast on his way into this mid lane, which is the primary spot of play for these 1v1s. As we can see, Peanut working his way over as well. Both opting to start with crystalline flasks. A little different though. Bengi going for that scout rather than the regular ward totem.
Oh, there you go. First blood already. Should be seeing. Oh, second Acid Hunter gonna hit there. Now, anytime you're casting an Urgot game, you always have to put your I graduated from shoutcasting school hat on and remember all of his moves, because every single one of them I feel has like 16 different syllables, and when you're in the heat of the moment, you're not really gonna say, well, Achilles, he just won that fight because of his Zon touched bolt augmenter or similar things like that. So we're gonna have a little bit of fun remembering Urgot's moves, but versus a Nidalee too, and it does appear as if this will be a bruiser Nidalee, starting with 0 ability power, but 70 AD. Peanut's gonna be looking for that early game power rather than those late game spears.
Yeah, and he's just gotta be careful because of the terror capacitor. Going back to these names, I have to remember. He has got to be careful of that terror capacitor coming in from the side of Urgot, which gives them an added shield, making him a bit tankier. So he's just got to play this very cautiously, get those spears in for some harass, and then leap in and do his rotation with that takedown. But we'll have to see how this is going to go so far. Just CSing back and forth, no real aggression coming out from either side.
Now, range versus melee, at least when Nidalee is in Cougar form, is primarily going to be looking for aggression. So anytime you see Nidalee in Cougar form, that's when she's going in to put down some really big damage. However, you're probably going to see both a range versus range matchup, just because it does make CSing a little bit more accessible. So for level 2 versus level 2, you're going to see already corrosive charge hitting on Nidalee and taking her down below half HP, and you're gonna have to hit as much sustain as possible here for Peanut if you get locked on there.
Yeah, and one of the big things to keep in mind here is because of Urgot's passive, that Zon Touch Bolt Augmenter, every time he lands an auto attack or an Acid Hunter on his target, he reduces their damage dealt by 15%. But as we can see, he's already going hard, and he is ripping through Peanut right now, taking him down. Yeah, 15% already. Bengi just absolutely ripping through Peanut.
Yeah, anytime you get locked on there, it's just there's no way to dodge that. The counterplay is extremely limited. You see Peanut forced way behind that mid lane turret. Gonna have to do a little bit better job at avoiding that lock on, because otherwise there's just no counterplay to dodging the Acid Hunters.
Yeah, and as we can see, he's already getting zoned out quite well. Bengi doing an effective job of playing forward in the lane, and he's already establishing a CS lead. Now 17-10, and he's pushing in under the turret. This is going to be his chance to get in some extra damage here and really establish just kind of his, his foothold here in this matchup.
Now, one thing that Nidalee does do is CS very well under turrets, so we're going to see if there's any CS missed here, and it does look like 1 CS miss so far. A couple more coming in there, but at the same time, a lot of pressure being put on Peanut right now underneath this turret. Gonna eliminate some of his CS as it dies to that turret, and he's actually doing a really good job at keeping the CS up as even as possible. Pushes this minion wave in onto Bengi, and so he'll be able to get off a couple of free auto attacks, but sustain advantage is with Bengi.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play this very carefully. He still has his health potions, but as you can see, he's burned through his crystalline flask, and he's also already low on mana. And these auto attacks from Bengi are just starting to really do damage here. Peanut going to have to play very cautiously, maybe take an early back, but he runs the risk of falling even further behind in CS and possibly getting some severe damage onto his turret. As we can see, Bengi, he does land Noxian Corrosive Charge, but not able to follow up with any Acid Hunters, as he has also run himself out of mana. I suspect that we will see a tier built for him on his back. if it comes to that. You never know what's going to happen here with these matches.
Yeah, and especially you have to take a look at the summoner spells, which is probably something we should have gone over a little bit earlier, because they really dictate how you're going to play your game. For Bengi, he just wants to make sure that he knows the only way that he's actually going to die is when Nidalee either hits a spear, gets that hunt mark on, and then dives in for the execute. With that takedown. And so it's very telegraphed whenever Nidalee is going to come try to kill you. That's why he brought the exhaust. So he theoretically will be able to defend very well against that all-in. It doesn't help your sustain, it doesn't help anything else, just going to defend you against that Nidalee all-in. But both laners have actually brought teleport, which means that we shouldn't see this game end before each one of them have a chance to head back to base. But already you can see Peanut putting down a lot of early pressure onto Bengi, kind of winning out that sustain war in the end, pushing Bengi out of his turret.
Yeah, he's got a decent amount of damage on the turret. We saw Bengi started to go back just a couple minutes ago or so, but he opted to go ahead, stick around in lane, not wanting to fall behind. He's working dangerously low here, but he does have the mana advantage over top of Peanut, because Peanut's, unless he can land that spear, his engage is very lacking at the current moment. So you see Bengi really just playing it safe and operating underneath of his turret, using that Acid Hunter to pick up the CS. Overall, fairly passive game. We've seen a bit of poking back and forth with auto attacks, but no real engages thus far. Bengi gets that lock on.
I think the lock on actually hurt him a little bit. He missed a couple of CS because of it, and is still taking damage to his turret just little bit by little bit. Pretty decent CSing here by Bengi. He's actually managed to pick up the majority of that. Finally will back off onto base and shouldn't actually lose any HP for taking a trip back to the fountain.
Yeah, and Peanut taking advantage of this. He sees that Bengi went back. He's going to try to get as much CS and as much of a push as possible before Bengi starts channeling in that TP. As we can see, he's going in right now.
Very interesting here by Bengi. He actually went back to base and picked up a Brutalizer. This is the very first Brutalizer of the Solo King, because traditionally going for just Doran's blades, it's so much more cost effective to get extra HP as well as damage. And now with Brutalizer, you're going to get a whole lot more damage, but you get 0 HP with that, so still actually pretty squishy. And we already have seen Bengi run out of mana relatively quickly beforehand. No Tear of the Goddess, no extra mana coming in here, but you can just see the effectiveness of this Brutalizer. There's just no way that Peanut can trade damage right now, even with Ninja Tabi picked up. First boots buy of the tournament as well.
Yeah, really interesting choices here, because the Ninja Tabi's just not going to do much in the long run, because most of Bengi's damage is coming out of these locked-on Acid Hunters. It's a really interesting decision here. As we can see, even underneath the turret, Peanut just not safe from this onslaught that Bengi's just laying down. Already floating around 85% HP compared to Peanut's sub 50. Not looking good so far in this item exchange.
Bengi just has so much damage at this point, and even though he's not necessarily able to harass Peanut very effectively underneath turret, Bengi does land that hunt, but there is the swap underneath the turret. It pops Bengi in a little bit of danger, but he's going to pick up the first blood. And of course, the only blood here of this tournament. We're going to get a quick instant replay. Walk us through what happened.
Yeah, so as you can see, Peanut just really goes ham, tries to aggress in Cougar form, but he just gets exhausted out immediately. The hyperkinetic position reverser comes out from Bengi, and combined with those Noxian Corrosive charges and the Acid Hunter, he's able to just work him down. He tries to get to safety into that bush, but it's just not able to happen. Bengi 1-0 in this best of 3. A pickup for him, very nicely played. So what do you think we're going to see going into the second match? Do you think he's going to hold on to the Urgot? Or are we going to see that banned out? Perhaps?
I don't know if we're going to see Urgot bans quite yet. There were a lot of things that, theoretically, we shouldn't necessarily see. When you go for a Brutalizer, that means that you have such an HP deficit that theoretically in an even 1v1 matchup, that should actually be relatively punishing. But specifically the way that Peanut played that, he played right into the exhaust. He went in and had all of his damage completely negated by that exhaust. And he tried to pounce away. There's that hyperkinetic position reverse, and it just pulled him right back in. So a great champion choice, and really very well played there by Bengi. Peanut really underestimating the win condition He should have. I guess tried for a little bit more of a sustained approach, but coming back from base with those Ninja Tabi, Ninja Tabi don't do anything for you. They give you extra move speed, which is a terrible stat to have in 1v1s, because you're not going to kill the other guy by running really fast at him. And the extra armor that it gave him was never a stat that would have helped him kill Urgot in the first place. So Urgot built full damage, had the ability to really negate a lot of the damage coming back his way with either the hyper-connected position reverser to give him all those extra bonus defensive stats, or of course the exhaust as well. And now we're going to come in here to game number 2. There is an Urgot ban. You called it, Achilles. So the Respect Urgot ban versus Bengi.
Yeah, you just, you get rattled by something like that. An Urgot choice is not something that you see very often, and when you get decimated by it, I won't sugarcoat it for Peanut. He did get decimated by Bengi there. You kind of have to ban it out because you have that fear of having to face it again. So for me, unsurprising that we see that taken away. A few other selections coming in, however. Bengi maintaining the same picks and bans. We do see the Pantheon taken away as well again, but the Olaf as well being taken away this time by the side of Peanut.
Yeah, the Olaf is actually a little bit questionable. We've only seen, I think, one Olaf so far, and while it did actually pretty terribly in the lane phase, the all-in after level 6 was actually pretty scary and really hard to avoid just based on the champion matchup. I forget exactly what it was being played into, but still being banned out versus Bengi. He might actually lock this Jarvan in, and I completely agree with the Jarvan. It's a champion that he's done very, very well on this season for SKT. Probably his strongest champion overall, but in the 1v1 it does mandate a fairly monolithic play style. So you're going to be, getting the flag and drags on in there to try to get early all-ins to put down harass, and then of course once you hit level 6 you just destroy the person. So should be seeing, I want to say, Flash Ignite from Bengi. But at the same time, when you do go for Flash Ignite, it means that you pretty much just get one trip back to base, and you're almost automatically going to lose in the CS war.
Yeah, interesting to see how he's going to play this against a heavy-hitting character like Annie. We've seen kind of an influx of Annies lately, especially in the LCS. Kiwi Kid coming back on that one. So she's very much gained popularity, even though she hasn't really changed too much over the past couple patches and even the past couple seasons. She's very much been the same character, but high damage output, but also very squishy. So like you said, I'll be interested to see what Bengi wants to do as far as his summoners. For Peanut here, he may want to consider taking the exhaust this time around because of J4's all-in with that martial cadence also ripping off, percentage HP, 10%, I believe, every 7 seconds or so. So I'm interested to see how this one's going to play out. Maybe Peanut can get his way back in here and we can see a game 3 if he takes a win. Or maybe this will be just a 2-0 for Bengi.
So we do get some extra insight into exactly what they'll be playing so far. And for Peanut, it does appear as if he's going for flat armor and then a lot of armor penetration. I think that was actually just flat damage. So if you look at the mastery setup, though, it's a little bit easier. Now, the big question mark I see here is the second tier of the offense tree. He's put 1 point into allowing his allies to deal percentage increased damage. Downside is that he actually has no allies, and so that will be a little bit questionable. But when you switch things over to Bengi, it makes a little bit more sense. He's got flat AD, penetration, and of course a little bit of armor on top.
Yeah, fairly unsurprising. J4 at base is a fairly tanky character. You don't need to worry about going too ham into your defensives as far as your runes and masteries goes. As we can see, Bengi here also rocking the 21-9, fairly standard, nothing too surprising coming out from this right now. He's going for the increased health regen rather than the increased armor, and MR. So nothing too shocking so far.
Interesting. A lot of AD spellcasters like Jarvan is going to be actually opt for a 21-6-3 build where you get a little bit of extra mana regen. But because he's an all-in based AD caster, you really want to make sure that you have enough HP to survive the all-ins. And so that's why he's spec'd all the way down there. But might have some mana issues. We'll see how that works out for him. And I think I incorrectly said that there was penetration in his rune page, which is actually just armor magic resistant damage. So it's going to be interesting to see how this game works out. I do want to give a slight advantage to Bengi, but we'll have to see just based on, you know, his overall familiarity with the champion. Peanut is a jungle sub for Najin, so probably doesn't have a lot of experience with the jungle Annie. So we'll get a chance to see Bengi on the champion that he has done best with this season of Champions, and we'll see if that translates into a win for him. We've already seen him do very, very well on the Urgot pick. We'll see if Peanut can bring things back and take it to a game number 3. Keep in mind, game 3 is blind pick, so could have a lot of exciting champion choices with that.
Yeah, that I really hope that we can get to a game 3. If not in this matchup, at least at some point today, because those blind picks are really where the magic's gonna happen, and we're gonna see those really insane, all-out aggressive characters coming in.
Or just a double Caitlyn matchup where
that's
you get to 150 CS and your opponent's 159, and you're just like, oh man, who's going to get the 10 CS lead now? And we have seen very, very close CS scores, but we'll see which win condition happens when we get in a game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions, of course, broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos. We're getting into game number 2 of our first best of 3 of the night. It's Peanut taking on Bengi, whose unbelievable Urgot skills, a sentence I'd never really attribute to saying to Bengi all that often, have given him that 1-game lead over Peanut.
Yeah, now we'll have to see what he wants to do here. As you were talking about, he actually went for the Ignite with Teleport, so he is going for a more aggressive play here. Not rocking that exhaust anymore, but at the same time, Peanut also just sticking with the Flash Teleport. So,
okay, I like the opportunity to go with Flash here for Peanut. The other option would have been Teleport Exhaust, and I think Exhaust still would be a very good summoner spell. We just saw how good it was for Bengi in game number 1, able to just completely negate Peanut's all-in on Nidalee and really punish him for it and ultimately lead to the victory. So Exhaust Barrier would also be anything that just keeps you from dying, but at least in this situation, Peanut realizes he's probably going to die inside the Cataclysm, so the ability to flash out of that is going to keep him alive too.
Yeah, so as we can see with the items so far, Crystalline Flask coming in yet again for Bengi. This time Peanut opting to go for the Cloth with 5 pots. Now what do you think about this in the long run? Do you think that the Cloth 5 is going to benefit him more and allow him more sustain than a Crystalline Flask would?
I think Crystalline Flask is by far the best start to the game, because essentially it gives you the inevitability that if you get like 1 to 2 trips back to base and are able to fill that Crystalline Flask up, there's not a whole lot you can do against that. You just get so much free gold from the cost effectiveness there. You can sustain through all the early damage and then just have such a cost effective later on when you get the rest of your buys. It's going to be a lot better for you. So I like the Flask start there for Bengi. It's going to give him a lot of mana to spam out those early Dragon Strikes. But for Peanut, the Cloth Armor is a little bit interesting, because while maybe you build that into a Seeker's Arm Guard and you stack up the effectiveness over the course of the lane phase, that's a pretty cost effective way to do that. You still need HP against the Jarvan all-in, and Doran's Rings is pretty much the only way he's going to get that.
Absolutely. As we can see already, even on CS, Peanut missing a few special minions coming into this one. Now Bengi pushed back underneath the tower. Going to go ahead and pick these up. So far, staying even in CS.
Oh, going to get a knock up here. There's an Ignite going down as well. Peanut running backwards, but survives the all-in.
Yeah, no flash for Bengi. Would have been certain death for Peanut if he had that summoner spell. So he does live due to that lack of summoner spell coming in here, but very aggressive play from Bengi already establishing a very strong foothold in this second match. Not looking good for Peanut so far.
Yeah, and a couple of big question marks. The cloth armor for Peanut may have saved his life in that all-in, but he still had to go back to base. And notice he's actually walking back into lane, so not using that summoner spell teleport. Wanting to save that for when he actually has to go back. Bengi, however, did use that ignite, and that's the big question mark. Like, when you're going for an all-in on a champion who wins by all-inning, you usually want your all-in to be as effective as possible, and not going for flash, going for that teleport is kind of trying to have your cake and eat it too, as far as being able to go back to base and pick up items safely. But like you said, flash could have secured him first blood.
Yeah, I think Bengi really just wanted to establish a middle ground between playing aggressively and playing safe. Without that TP, he didn't necessarily know what was going to come in from Peanut, so he didn't want to get in against somebody that would be able to push down towers effectively, so that if he got back, you know, he could get his tower shoved down quickly. So unsurprising seeing the TP coming in, but like he said, would have netted him a 2-0 victory had he chosen it. But hindsight is 2020. So not too much can be done about it so far. As you can see, Peanut actually picking up CS a bit more effectively now. Slow coming out from Bengi. He may want to aggress.
Now, what's interesting is that even though Peanut actually took the entire time to teleport back to base and then walk back into lane, he's still actually ahead in CS, which shouldn't theoretically be possible if Bengi spent that entire time just sitting in lane CSing. And somewhat uncharacteristically, Bengi has actually lost the last 2 cannon minions, and is losing CS under turret here as well, as taking a ton of harass from a Peanut who got, for all intents and purposes, a free trip back to the fountain.
Yeah, actually, Peanut really very much turning this on its head and just pushing Bengi back to his limits. As we can see, the recall is coming out. It's completely out of mana. Does not have any more flasks or charges on that crystalline flask. He does have that mana potion, but he opts to save that, so that does save him a little bit of gold. As we can see, he has a Doran's Blade pickup as well as a longsword, so he's still looking to go very aggressive, and he burns the TP back in. Meanwhile, Peanut gonna go ahead and back. Gets spotted out by the Scrying Orb, however, forced to cancel his recall. And I was gonna have to back even further, scared actually now of that Dragon Strike. So good job on Bengi, really just delaying the recalls from Peanut.
Yeah, delays the recalls, lets the minions push further into the lane, and probably won't be able to deny any CS underneath this turret with the quick recall back in. But once again, what is that cloth armor doing? I guess it combos with the HP from the Doran's rings that actually give you a lot of effective tankiness, but at the same time, it's not offensive, and he traditionally does win by being offensive. But at this point, you know, relatively even in CS, it's both of these guys are going to kill each other at the same time. It's going to be awesome to watch them just Jarvan go in for the dunk and immediately get stunned out by Tibbers, and then it's like 2v1 inside the Cataclysm, but Jarvan does overall maybe a little bit more damage. It'll be interesting to find out what happens.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to how Bengi can juggle the martial cadence in these exchanges. If he's able to get in and rip off that 10% HP every time in a trade, he's going to come out on top unless he gets a full combo from Peanut. So you can see Peanut recalling already yet again, walking back into lane. Bengi now getting himself a nice little comfortable CS lead, 46-40 in his favor, but he is pushed up under Peanut's tower, and he should be able to clear these minions out pretty easily with an Incinerate, and combined with his Disintegrate on top of that, as we can see, picked right back up, only down by 1 now.
Now, Bengi actually does have a lot of HP, and he's got a lot of sustain here too. I guess fairly similar for both players. What's going to be interesting to me is to see. So there's one point in the Golden Ages there. Oh, Bengi going to go in. That's that martial cadence you were talking about. Just chunking out that big chunk and going in once again. The ignites up, flash out, but it's going to be not enough. As Bengi there with the last auto attack there. Flash, not good enough. That's what we were talking about. It's going to be able to get you out of the Cataclysm, but it's not going to give you any HP back. And the turnaround here off the all-in. Peanut just overextending a little bit too much. That'll give Bengi a 2-0 victory over Peanut.
Yeah, as we could see right there, the Cataclysm combined with the initial tick from the Ignite already took Peanut down to below half HP. Only took a flash and a few other auto attacks forward to get Bengi that win. So 2-0 win coming in over Peanut. What a showing from Bengi, really flexing his muscles in this tournament already.
Yeah, Bengi gets a little bit of flack for some of his performances on SKT, but you can still see in the 1v1 a much more, I guess, mature player when it comes to how to play those matchups. Nobody really super adept at the Jarvan versus Annie lane matchup. There was a time in the meta where we might have seen both of those champions top lane, but this in the 1v1, of course, Jarvan, Bengi's strongest champion from this season of champions, so great to see him get a champion that he's already known for being very, very strong with. I think he has, 6 wins with it out of 7 times that he's picked it. So 6-1, that's like an 85% win ratio. Always good stats to have in your pocket when you're picking a champion for a 1v1.
Yeah, well, very much well played coming out from both Peanut and Bengi. Bengi, of course, moving on in the tournament. And now we look forward to the next matchup, which is of course Frozen from Incredible Miracle versus SKT's own Wolf.
Exactly. Winner of that best of 3 will face Bengi for a chance to move on to the playoffs of the Solo King tournament. So it'll be exciting to see what we see. Frozen versus Wolf, another SKT player. I'll see if he can, make it an all SKT playoff here in the finals of the first one of our group stage matchups. Versus Frozen, Frozen on Incredible Miracle, a team that hasn't had an incredible amount of success this season, but sitting at the middle of the pack, or definitely distancing themselves from teams like Samsung, who've yet to really pick up wins this season, and so I wouldn't count him completely out. As a mid lane player, of course, very, very used to 1v1s, so definitely some potential in there. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be getting into our second best of 3 of the night. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament, here of course brought to you on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're getting into our second best of 3 of the night. We just finished watching Bengi with a dominant 2-0 performance over the Najin sub Peanut. We're getting into our second best of 3 between Wolf from SK Telecom T1 versus Frozen from Incredible Miracle.
Absolutely, and it's sure to be a pretty fantastic game coming in here. Incredible Miracle, like you said, not having the greatest of showing so far as a team, but I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with their individual play. Frozen does rock a bit more of a solid KDA on the whole compared to Wolf, so I'm hoping to see if he can come in and kind of conquer the big name in this matchup. As we can see, picks and bans have already happened. The side of Wolf taking away Cassiopeia, Jace, and Lulu. Meanwhile, Frozen taking away that Annie, Kate, and Lucian. Really unsurprising bans coming in from Frozen, particularly the Caitlyn.
Yeah, now this is actually kind of interesting. You expect the Caitlyn Lucian bans and to some extent the Cassiopeia, but it's kind of interesting. Keep in mind this is a support player versus an AP mid player. And I say AP mid player because those are primarily the champions that Frozen has played. Things like Xerath and specifically that Lulu. Ones to watch out for him. Of course, Ahri and Syndra in there. I think he played Zed one time that I can remember, but like I said, you're primarily looking for the AP champions here coming out from Frozen, whereas for Wolf, because he is a support player, maybe you're expecting him to play more support champions, which may not necessarily always be true. While you can play things like Annie, which we did see in our previous series, you can play things like we've seen Morgana support. We'll see how this works out as we get into game number 1. And just like that, here we are. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Our second best of 3 of the night features Wolf versus Frozen. The Lissandra versus, I almost said Rammus matchup. It's Lissandra versus Sion. My name's Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're getting into first game in this second best of 3 of the night.
Yeah, now that's actually a matchup I would like to see. Lissandra versus Rammus. That would be one heck of a game.
We've actually, I think the craziest 1v1 I've seen is a Leona versus Malzahar. That was
yeah, I caught that one. That was one heck of a game. Leona came out on top, if I recall.
Yeah, it was crazy. I would never have expected that in a million years, but I've seen a little bit of a dance-off here between Wolf and Frozen.
This is the ultimate respect.
Oh, Frozen with the BM.
Players.
Frozen had the disrespect.
Yeah, he throws out the ice shards, getting a little bit of damage on Wolf. Oh, the second one as well. Wow.
Oh man,
so much BM, and Wolf is he is unfazed by it. He's just shaking it off.
Yeah, a little bit of healthy, friendly banter before we get into things. And with the Crystalline Flask here from Wolf, we should see him start in base. Actually, really interesting to see Frozen start with 1 Total Biscuit of Rejuvenation and a Mana Potion. Traditionally, you'd see 2 Total Biscuits of Rejuvenation just because you get mana back from that anyway, and Lissandra already has a very strong mechanic to cause her spells to not cost any mana. So definitely something to keep an eye on. And this is reminiscent of the Doran's Ring build that Faker went on his Lissandra, instead of the more sustain-oriented Crystalline Flask.
Absolutely. We'll have to see what happens here. I'm very intrigued as to how Wolf is going to play this Sion against the ranged harass of Frozen. You can see he does have some AP, so a little bit of a throwback to the classic Sion build. We might see him going heavily into that field of damage, which I think would be very exciting to see. He only really has one ability, if I'm correct, that scales off of AP, which would be his Roar of the Slayer.
Yeah, it is primarily going to be that Roar of the Slayer that is maxed out here. It gives you actually a lot of damage and, versus a Scion, and this is a very big departure from his previous build before he got reworked. He's actually more of a mage type champion. You're gonna die to magic damage versus Scion, not necessarily the physical damage, even though you may see physical damage items being built on him. It's a little bit of a weird way to think about it, but you can just see continual roars of the Slayer hitting Frozen, who actually losing in the HP battle, so losing in mana as well. So nice early play here by Wolf. He'll get level 3 slightly after Frozen.
Yeah, he does still have that mana potion Frozen, but he's hanging on to it for a bit longer, still regenning. He's using his mana saving abilities to the most that he can, but as we can see, Wolf already just having a great showing. Now both potions being burned by Frozen, and Wolf still sitting strong with both his flask and his health pots here. Even in CS so far, though.
Frozen going to have a significant sustained disadvantage, so he's actually going to have to put out enough aggression to warrant not having picked up the crystalline flasks to start with. And versus a Scion, the whole kind of idea is that as Scion, you just tank up through the early lane phase, get yourself to a point where you're basically unkillable. And keep in mind, I'm not sure if this is the 5.3 patch. I'm gonna have to check with our admins, but on 5.3, items like Spirit Visage and even the Spectre's Cowl that builds into it are, I've actually just received a recent buff, gives you 150% of your 150% health regeneration for a little bit. So that's a super effective way to deal with AP mages, although probably a little bit out of the budget for most 1v1s.
Yeah, very much a huge increase though for that, like you said, that Spirit Visage there, 50% increase base regen, nothing to really shake a stick at. So I'll be interested to see if we can have that come out. Wouldn't be too surprised, like you said, if Wolf wants to opt for that to kind of counter Frozen's AP aggression. As we can see now, Frozen just really catching back up and gaining himself a little bit of lead with CS now 33 to 30. No real action coming out thus far. TB is burned by Wolf. Frozen now out of mana. Gonna go ahead and use that Glacial Path, get himself underneath of his turret. Cancels recall though.
Yeah, he actually recalled too close to the lane. So, oh, and he still gets stopped by that Roar of the Slayer. Wow, that range is just really insane. Much longer when you actually hit a minion with it, and due to his late recall back to base, he's actually gonna lose at least 2 CS here to turret. And that will give Wolf another free trip back to base, from which he will be able to just walk back into lane if he wants to. But he's not going back. Just kidding.
As we can see, the instant cast TP did come out from Frozen, so both TPs now burned out. Triple Doran's build, plus Biscuits coming in from Frozen. So really interesting to see here. Now, even on CS, that Ruby Crystal and the Null Magic Mantle so far from Wolf. So you can see he's countering the aggression quite nice. Frozen taking a good chunk.
Ooh, yeah, that Roar of the Slayer hitting there as well is it's very frustrating to lane versus Scion, because as long as he has enough mana, he's going to infinitely shove the wave in there. There's very few champions that shove comparable to Scion. Now, Lissandra is one of them. We'll see if she has enough mana sustain, enough AP to just shove this wave in, because for right now, Wolf is definitely putting on the pressure. Level 6 versus level 6 here. Frozen might have kill potential in the next few seconds, but he's going to have to watch out for being killed. Wolf is putting on the pressure.
Yeah, that Roar of the Slayer absolutely ripping through. I say Wolf is pretty safe for the moment, as we can see Frozen being forced to back again already in this lane, still down in CS before he recalls, and that Roar of the Slayer is just absolutely ripping through these minions. Wolf is going to be pushed to the tower quite soon. That Decimating Smash just cleaving down all of the minions. But the Ops actually recall, not looking to put too much damage in on the tower. He has other things in mind. He wants to go back and he wants to get some items. There's the Spectre's Cowl with another Null Magic Mantle coming out. It's going to be very difficult for Frozen to put any
Wow.
kind of damage in on him at this point.
Yeah, and I was actually, like I said, I expected Spectre's Cowl to be a little bit out of the ordinary or a little bit too expensive, but look at Wolf. He's actually going to ult himself back into lane, does get the damage down onto Frozen, but with a nice ice path behind him, he'll actually avoid most of the damage, and Wolf will be pushed back to his turret. A little bit of HP taken down, but with this Spectre's Cowl, I don't know if there's any way that Frozen can kill him now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very likely at this point unless Frozen could somehow pull out something like a Void Staff to really get through the
Void
front of the
Staff in a
MR that he
1v1.
has. Yeah, that would be quite surprising to see if we could reach that type of point in the 1v1. So we can see he's really just going to have to rely on the CS game and he's going to have to make sure that his turret does not get shoved down in this matchup. I think that's really going to come down to how if Frozen can win this game.
Yeah,
Theoretically, now 70 to 63, we're getting close to that 100 CS mark.
Yeah, that is true, and theoretically, Frozen should have enough ability power to just spam those ice shards out on the wave and get perfect CS, but with Wolf hitting almost every single one of his Roars of the Slayer, he's both going to win in CS and win in overall damage, and also be unkillable. So sitting in a great place here. Struggles starting to come out from Frozen, and keep in mind there's no ignite, there's no exhaust, there's no aggressive summoner spells to help Frozen pick up kills in this matchup. Wolf, I think, might have just sort of won himself out this matchup based solely on not being killable.
Yeah, it's certainly starting to look that way right now. Outside of somehow winning in CS, he's down by 8 right now. Outside of that, for Frozen, the only way I could really see him bringing this one back into his favor is maybe getting a very well-timed Frozen Tomb onto Wolf under tower and then being able to clear out the minions quickly with an Ice Shard and turning the aggro over. That's really the only thing I could foresee for him. But Wolf is, you know, he's smarter than that. He's not quite going to allow something like that to happen. So we can see very much playing with the lane, kind of pushing against himself. But he still maintains that CS lead as we get ever closer to the 100 CS mark.
Yeah, I think this game will be decided based on CS, unless, of course, Frozen continues to walk into those Roars of the Slayer. It's not a big mystery where you're going to take damage from as Wolf walks towards the minion and then punts it into you. You can see it once again, Frozen losing all that HP. Frozen overall with more damage, but Wolf with just so many tank stats at this point. Frozen kind of playing scared.
Yeah, as we can see, both TPs are back up, so it'll be unsurprising if we see either of them recall at this point, just to buff themselves up even more. Frozen, particularly being the one that needs the damage. Come back in the lane now. 93 to 88 CS. He gets hit by another Roar. Forced to go ahead, Glacial Path back to the sanctity of his turret. And that will be the recall.
Now,
Wolf is just going to hit 100 CS very soon here.
and yeah, 2 CS and he wins the game. I guess that recall back to base was in a desperate attempt to get some itemization coming in.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And even though Frozen will be able to pick up the kill, he's just a little bit too little too late. That'll be a win for Wolf in game 1 versus Frozen.
Yeah. Fairly anticlimactic win coming in there. Frozen just seconds too late to get that kill out. A very nice combo with the Frozen Tomb and his full rotation, but just not able to work it out soon enough. So that's game 1 going over.
And it was actually a little bit interesting to see kind of the play style that Wolf was going for. It was a very non-confrontational style. You put on just enough pressure with that Roar of the Slayer to be able to get your CS up early on, and then just build into that new and improved Spectre's Cowl. No kill potential, or no potential of him dying after that point. Just great CS, and winning the game as a Scion in the CS department. Actually really interesting to see, and keep in mind that was a first pick Scion into which we had Frozen pick a Lissandra, so kind of interesting to see the Frozen Tomb being one that Frozen found himself in. Wolf picking up game number 1 in that best of 3.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what they decide to do. In particular, what Frozen decides to do coming back into this second game in this matchup. Whether he wants to take away the Scion or maybe he wants to deal with it with a different champion. We'll have to see what happens. Personally, I think that, like the Urgot from the first matchup, we're probably going to see a ban coming out for that Scion. But what do I know? We'll have to see what these guys decide to do. They're the ones that are up to be the solo kings, not me. So they'll know better than me.
Yeah, and we also got a chance to see there towards the end maybe a reason to pick Scion, because you essentially get a free trip back to base.
Yeah.
Back from base, just ulting yourself back into lane. But let's go ahead and get into game number 2. And you called it again, Achilles. That's Scion first banned by Frozen.
Yeah, once again, and it's particularly coming in against players from a team like SKT. You lose to a champion against somebody from SKT, it's going to rattle you to your core, and you don't want to see that champion in play anymore. So, like I said, very unsurprising to see the Scion taken away. Lulu yet again being banned out. Cassiopeia also has been extremely strong this season. So unsurprising to see her out, but Ezreal, I believe, was a little bit of a new ban coming into this one. And J4 being the final ban taken away from Frozen, we'll have to see what Wolf wants to do with his last.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we're comparing a mid laner versus a support player there in Wolf, and you're used to seeing maybe more support champions banned versus support players, but Wolf has actually shown a remarkable ability to play other champions, at least just watching some of his solo queue games, and then of course that last one playing Scion. A support Scion actually a thing in North America. There's this guy named the Italian one that plays only support Scion. I didn't believe in it when I saw it, but it's actually really, really strong. And maybe Wolf knows those secrets. He's already tried to ban here in this 1v1 matchup. But versus Frozen, what's he going to go with? He's shown a remarkable decision to go with primarily AP mages, which, to be fair, he's very good at. But with Caitlyn not banned, it has to be the first pick.
Absolutely. It's the go-to.
Not.
Oh, actually, wow, yeah.
All right,
Xerath.
There you go. Now, Xerath does make sense here for Frozen. It is the champion that he has the highest win rate on. But when that highest win, or no, it's actually I think he has a 66% win rate with Lulu. Whereas he actually has a 50% win rate with Xerath, but he has picked Xerath more than any other champion in Champions so far this season. So it's a very big comfort pick for Frozen, but this is where Wolf really wishes Scion wasn't banned. We'll see what he goes against it.
Well, if he decides to go for this Morgana, it's not the worst of ideas. He does have that black shield to mitigate a lot of the AP onslaught that Xerath brings to the table, as well as having some great aggressive play of his own. Frozen Xerath would be very slow when he's channeling his abilities, would leave him susceptible to those bindings with Pool, but actually flips over to Cho'Gath, and I believe that this is a first for this tournament, if I'm correct.
Yeah, first Cho'Gath, first Xerath we're seeing as well. I would have maybe expected Xerath to be more likely, just because you have very long range harass, you have very good CSing abilities, but with Cho'Gath here, Wolf once again sort of forcing Frozen's hand. We talked earlier about the possible champion choices for Frozen and how he does favor those primarily AP mages in lane, and against them, especially with Spectre's Cowl being so strong right now as far as sustain and resistance to early harass, I think Wolf's just gonna go that same tanky build and just represent being unkillable versus Frozen, and maybe once again trying to win via that CS advantage, which was his win condition for game 1, so completely expectable.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he decides to do. I mean, he could go with the more aggressive Cho'Gath and get a little bit of base AP on top of your tankiness. But what do you think that we're going to see coming out from him as far as summoner spells goes? Because last time we saw, it was just the flash TPs coming in. Do you think that from his Cho'Gath we're going to see maybe a bit more of aggressive play, maybe the Ignite on top of Flash so that he can get in Ignite, use his ultimate with Feast, and just really burst through Xerath, or do you think that he's still going to play it safe and go for the teleport?
Well, let's take a look at the runes and masteries here. Runes for Frozen, HP per level, magic penetration, AP, and MR. Pretty standard there. Once again, I don't think these are actually the masteries that he's using. These are the exact same masteries as last time, and he still has that extra point in allowing his allies to deal more damage. A little bit questionable, but we'll see if these. And once again, I'm not sure if these are actually the runes. This is his only mastery page, but let's go ahead and check out Wolf's runes. That is going to be flat HP. Is that hybrid penetration and then ability power? I want to say that that's actually magic resistance mixed in there, but I can't actually read Korean. Big surprise. Well, I can, but it's actually terrible, so I'm just going to assume that that is a little bit of ability power mixed in with a fair amount of HP and then penetration stats.
I happen to agree with you.
Well, what do you know? Now look at this mastery setup. It is 10, 17, 3. I agree with the 3. I agree with the 17 because you get tons of extra magic damage reduction. You get 4% resistance versus AoE spells, which is, oh, by the way, everything that Xerath has with the exception of Shocking Orb. So it's going to make you very, very resilient to any harassment that's coming your way. You're going to get sustained both in health and mana, and a little bit of offense mixed in there too. So really unique rune page setup, or unique mastery setup that we see here coming out from Wolf, and he's shown a lot of acumen for being able to play maybe champions that we haven't seen yet in this 1v1 tournament, but champions that actually work out very well in the matchup.
Yeah, I think that so far this has been, I think that this coming up match is going to be the most interesting that we've seen so far today. Cho'Gath, it's just not somebody that you see in general. I mean, it kind of goes back to the Urgot. It's very much a different pick that we see from the standard. So I'm interested to see how this one's going to go. Particularly, especially with his Carnivore passive, he's going to have so much sustain in lane. If he tops a Doran's Ring on top of that, he's going to have basically infinite mana.
Right.
And he'll be able to keep up very easily with Xerath's Mana Surge.
Alright, well, we'll see if the sustain, if the unkillability comes back once again for Wolf to be kind of his win condition. Being unkillable and being able to just farm the lane out versus Frozen. However, with Frozen on his, pretty much his premier champion, he's picked it more than any other champion this season in Champions. So, the champion in Champions that he's done the best with, let's see if he can win game number 2 coming your way. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from the season of Champions. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're getting into game number 2 in our second best of 3 between Frozen and Wolf. Wolf loving these tanky champions versus Frozen's primarily mage lineup. We'll see if Cho'Gath is good enough to take out Frozen's Xerath.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an extremely interesting matchup as we can see Frozen being a little bit slow to get out of the gate. Both opting to go with Crystalline Flask, no surprise there. Very much the go-to first item pick for really any of these characters coming in. I believe we've only seen one stray away from that standard choice. But fairly unsurprising so far. He is just taking his time getting out, but Wolf is just having a ball in the mid lane, a push toward Frozen's turret, just spamming all of his emotes as quickly as he possibly can.
What Wolf could do is just walk up, auto-attack the turret twice, die, respawn back in base, get his extra potion, and have some extra turret damage done. But this game is primarily going to be won, I feel, off of CS. I don't think there's any way that Frozen will really ever have kill potential onto Wolf if he goes for, you know, the standard magic resistance stacking debuff, or not debuff, but just magic resistance stacking. defensive build, and with that having success in game number 2, we'll see if Frozen has been able to, sort of figure out a way around just playing that passive farm style, which didn't work out in game 1.
Well, yeah, if he doesn't want to go for the passive style and he wants to play more aggressively, he's going to have to do it extremely early before Wolf really gets beefy. The more CS Wolf gets, the more items he's allowed to buy, the more unkillable he becomes. As we can see, Frozen already laying down a decent amount of damage, but he's taking it in return just from minions alone. Wolf opting to go straight for the Vorpal Spike so that he can get that additional AoE damage coming out in that frontal cone. But Frozen trying to fire back with a little bit of damage of his own, forcing out already 1 health potion from Wolf. Looking good so far, but he's still falling a little bit behind in CS.
Man, the 17 points in defense for Wolf are just so smart to put. We actually haven't seen more than 9 points in defense from any player so far in this tournament, at least from the rune pages that I've seen on screen. So they very well might have put more points. I just haven't been able to see it just yet. And with Wolf having moved out of the way of most of Frozen's skill shots, or it's really forcing him to use most of his damage on just clearing out that creep wave, he's playing this matchup very well into this sort of like, I'm a tank, you can't kill me style.
Very much the story of this matchup between Wolf and Frozen. Just tries to go for those unkillable characters. As we can see, though, being taken almost excruciatingly low, taking a little bit more harass from Frozen right there.
Shocking Orb, and this game ends. Sustained back up underneath the turret there for Wolf will keep him alive for a little bit longer. But he is actually running into a little bit more of this Xerath damage than I would have necessarily expected. There's actually Flash forced out just off the Shocking Orb. You can see why this is Frozen's most played champion in Champions, putting out a lot of early harass and forcing Wolf back to base.
Yeah, Wolf playing very dangerous game here, not able to quite get in and get those those auto attack CS to get his regeneration up from his Carnivore passive. It's really working him down. Here comes the first TP out. I would like to take note of that really quickly. Both players did opt to go for the Flash TP yet again, so we shouldn't see too much aggressive play coming out from these guys. No ignites, no exhausts in here. But as we can see, Wolf still very close in CS, only down by 2 at the moment. He's not looking to push his lane too far forward here, as we can see. He's trying to get as much of a freeze as possible and keep it centered.
He actually turned off Vorpal Spikes to keep the lane from pushing quite as automatically. And he might deny, nope, he does not deny that cannon minion to creeps. But at the same time, he went for Doran's ring on his first trip back to base, which is actually kind of interesting because in game number 1, we saw him just go for that full tank build instead of picking up any real damage items, and that's kind of what I expected to see here. But you can see that harass continuing to come in here. Frozen really putting on the pressure.
Yeah, working him down to half HP, as we can see the his Shriek right there not quite doing enough damage from the Feral Scream to work Frozen down. Most of his damage coming out from the Vorpal Spikes actually, but he is just getting chunked down. Frozen just absolutely ripping through him. He's back down to half HP, now sub 50%, and this is starting to look a little bit scary for Wolf in this matchup.
Yeah, Wolf especially, I don't know if Boots would necessarily be a decent buy here. He does avoid that Shocking Orb. Level 5 versus level 5. There's the Feral Scream, but oh man, nice flash there. Going aggressive off the back of that. Wolf in a great spot. If he had hit level 6, might have had kill potential, but it's actually kind of interesting to see kind of the mind games being played between both of these players, throwing out their high percentage skills and forcing flashes out. Frozen forcing that with a Shocking Orb, and that Rupture being very threatening from Wolf.
Yeah, you already made note of it, but Wolf, like you
oh
said,
no, Feral Scream for the silence, might see it for the win. Wolf with a Feral Scream in there, just lands that Rupture, flash already used, and Frozen finds himself a little bit too immobile. We're gonna see a replay of this right now as Wolf just hits a almost perfectly centered Rupture into Feral Scream after the chomp. So not look for stacks, doesn't matter. He's gonna pick up his second win in his best-of-3 series 2-0 victory over Frozen.
Yeah, very sudden finish right there for Wolf, but just a very well-played combo coming out. And that's what you have to be cautious of when you're playing against an AP Cho'Gath in the mid lane, or really just anywhere. You get knocked out by that Rupture, it's immediately going to be followed up with a Feast Feral Scream. So just very well played by Wolf, just timed it out quite perfectly. Was looking good for Frozen for a while, but he just wasn't able to quite get the damage in where he needed it. So well played to Wolf. He will advance, and I believe that means that we're going to see Wolf versus Bengi, correct?
Yeah, we're going to see if Bengi is going to be hungry like the Wolf that will be facing off against him. Coming up in our next best-of-3 matchup, it will be for kind of all or nothing. You win the matchup, you advance to the playoffs. If you lose, well, you're out of the tournament and no longer able to prove that you are in fact the solo king. So at least for right now, I'm actually really impressed with the defensive sort of more patient style that Wolf has been able to show us. For Bengi, he did still have 2 very dominant wins, but both of his were very aggressive wins. And while that last game was really aggressive for Wolf, it'll be awesome to watch maybe some different champions that he's been bringing out. Saw the first Scion of the Solo King tournament, first Cho'Gath as well. So a lot of interesting picks up his sleeves that aren't just the same 80 carries Lucian Caitlyn every game.
Yeah, really nice sort of evolutionary picks coming out here, and I hope that we continue this kind of trend that we've been seeing. I'd like to see more and more interesting picks coming out in the future games. Of course, I believe in the next game up, we do have Easyhoon versus Wraith from Samsung Galaxy, which is sure to be another awesome matchup. Easyhoon, of course, from SKT1, so we have yet our 3rd member of SKT today. And so far, they've been showing us some really great matchups, so maybe we'll get to see the 3rd in a row 2-0 for SKT members.
Yeah, and keep in mind, they're all in the same house, so these guys know exactly what the rest of their teammates are playing, and it's actually going to be kind of interesting to see this next match coming out, because it's going to be, you know, SKT versus SKT, Bengi versus Wolf, so they're going to be in the same house, maybe looking over one another's shoulders if they're sitting next to each other, but it's going to be awesome to watch SKT versus SKT coming up here in a second. So Bengi faces off versus Wolf, and you know, maybe I don't know if I give Bengi the experience advantage that he definitely put to use versus Peanut, because Wolf definitely showed that he had some experience on champions that Bengi may not be ready for.
Absolutely. We'll have to see what happens with that matchup when we get down to it. We're going to take a quick break, I believe, here in a little bit before we go. Quick shout out, this stream does benefit Extra Life, so if you guys would like to donate to Extra Life, an awesome little charity that benefits children's hospitals around the country, you can look below the stream and find a donation link. Any increment helps the cause greatly, and we do appreciate all of your donations.
Of course, this is a Solo King tournament on Azubu TV, and we'll be coming back with our first playoff match of the night up here in just a second, so you don't want to miss that. It's going to be Bengi versus Wolf coming up after a short break. So stick around. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. A quick break there, and we're already into our first playoff match of the night. Winner of this match will advance to the playoffs. Loser goes home, and of course will not be the Solo King. Might be like the Solo solo jester, solo jack, something like that. They'll have their opportunity to prove themselves, but picks and bans here. You can see Bengi banning out that Scion. Does not want to deal with Wolf Scion. It's just really difficult to deal with, and well, maybe specifically so that he could pick the Annie, something that Scion would actually deal very well with. But Wolf going on one of his first aggressive champions here, although he did play that Cho'Gath matchup pretty aggressively. It's a Cassiopeia versus Bengi's Annie.
Yeah, and I would like to say that we do see the Urgot ban coming out. So these guys they've been watching each other's matches and they respect each other's picks. So really nice to see these bans coming out. But like you were saying, we have two very aggressive AP mid selections right here with Wolf on the Cassiopeia and Bengi over on the Annie. This is going to be a really interesting one to see who's going to come out on top. I feel like pressure's a bit more on for Wolf because he actually has to worry about skill shots, whereas Bengi's are pretty much straightforward. You know, you hit that disintegrate, it's just a click ability. He doesn't have to worry about aiming too much here.
Exactly, and for Annie, primarily you want the auto attack harass. That's why you pick her. You know, 625 range, you get auto attacks for harass early on, and you just have incredibly high damage spam ability. Hit the Tibbers for an AoE stun, follow up with the burst damage, and it's really difficult to deal with unless you have some form of sustain, some form of way to mitigate the consistent harass that you're going to be taking from Annie. But maybe the best defense is a good offense, and Wolf picking up Cassiopeia here, a very lane dominant champion. You spam out the poison, you have ways to sustain your mana if you kill poisoned creeps with Twin Fangs. You can also, of course, kill poison champions with Twin Fangs very easily as well. So it'll be interesting to see how Wolf plays this much more aggressive style. It's going to involve a lot of early harass between both champions.
All right, so as far as a basic matchup, who do you think has the advantage here? In fact, how about this? I'm willing to wager with you. I think that Cassiopeia is going to have the upper hand over Annie. And if you disagree with me, I'd like to make a wager for the charity, for Extra Life. I'll put some money down on the line that Cassiopeia is going to come out on top of this matchup.
Well, I'm not really one for betting too much money, but at the same time, I am extremely confident that Annie's going to have maybe a small advantage. There's this thing called level 6 that once both Cassiopeia and Annie hit it, it's going to be like, there's going to be so much stress and so much pressure in that lane because they're both just going to be like, all right, I want to use Petrifying Gaze on you, freeze you, and then just spam those Twin Fangs right on top of Annie. Whereas for Annie, it's just Tibber stun, follow-up combo damage, and then what do you do against that as Cassiopeia? Unless we see like random cleanses being brought as summoner spells, we'll have to find out how this matchup works. Let's get into game. And here we are in our first finals match of the night. It's going to be a matchup between Wolf and Bengi, both from SK Telecom T1, in this 1v1 match in the Solo King. Of course, broadcasts here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and maybe a little bit of controversy about which champion has the overall advantage in this 1v1, but once again, may not be the champion that you pick, it may be the player that picks them. So we'll see if Wolf or Bengi are able to come out on top and advance to the finals.
Absolutely, but with two world-class players like Wolf and Bengi, it might just come down to the champion in this matchup. We'll have to see what happens. As you see, Wolf already off to a nice lead, getting a lot of harass out onto Bengi with these poisons.
Yeah, able to just really spam out those Noxious Blasts, and Bengi, well, oh wow, I didn't even dodge that one. Just 3 in a row landing there. Just, you can already see the oppressive lane presence that Wolf is going to be able to have.
Yeah, I think I might have picked a winner here, though Wolf actually eating a turret shot right there. So maybe not if that keeps up, but we'll have to see what these guys opt to do. As we can see, yet again, flash teleport coming out from both of these players. No one going super aggressive with the ignites. And of course, Crystalline Flask with the biscuits, yet again, those being the most consistent parts of this tournament thus far. But these players are all but consistent when it comes to their play style. We've seen them be insanely defensive, we've seen them be insanely aggressive, and we've seen them be passive. So it's just going to be a matter of what these guys decide to do this time around as they make their way back to the mid lane yet again.
So we should see Wolf play this lane matchup very, very aggressively, and while you might expect the same thing from Annie, I think Wolf just straight up wins when it comes to trying to harass your opponent down. Plus, like, he landed like 3 out of 3 of those Noxious Blasts early. If you've got ratios like that, I'd go for a lot more early harass too. So should be primarily about, you know, harass versus CS ability early on. It'll be interesting to see who can hit more of that already. A little bit coming down from both sides.
Yeah, the big thing that Wolf has going for him here is the very low cooldown on that Noxious Blast for him. He's able to throw those Qs out very consistently. Bengi, however, going to have to play with his stuns off of that Disintegrate. As we can see, he already gets one out, but he's getting a
very
lot
bad
of harass.
positioning here for Bengi. He walked off towards the side, and whenever you walk near walls versus Cassiopeia, those are big danger zones because they limit your mobility and make it super easy for Cassiopeia to land her poison abilities on you. So whether it's Miasma or that Noxious Blast, when you walk near walls, you only have you limit your mobility options, which is a really big no-no versus Cassiopeia.
As we can see, so far, Wolf with a very slight, almost indiscernible CS lead, up by 2 merely here. Extending that just a little bit. Bengi hanging onto that stun now. Might try to get a little extra harass onto Wolf here in the near future if he doesn't have to use his Disintegrate or Incinerate for CS purposes. Looks like his auto attacks are sufficing for him, however. The poison does not hit. Actually, there's a Miasma. Wolf firing back with the Twin Fangs. Both of them trading fairly evenly here. Wolf just a little bit further down in mana.
Now I'm going to have to keep an eye on Wolf and pay attention to these stacks. Once Wolf hits those 100 stacks, that means that he's going to actually have a lot of sustain in lane. He'll get about 10 HP back from every one of his Twin Fangs, but oh, Bengi walking very far forward. Look at those Twin Fangs.
Yeah, this is where Cassiopeia really excels in a lane matchup. With the poison target, she's able to just throw out those Twin Fangs one after the other on a 0.5 second cooldown, something like that. It's absurdly low, and it's absolutely spammable, and she gets so much mana reduction because of her passive from that aspect of the Serpent. So Wolf just really flexing his muscles here. As we can see, Bengi holding onto that stun, wants to try to get in for a bit of counter-aggressive play here, but he's just not able to find it.
Yeah, now keep in mind, we're not playing on the original Season 5 patch. This is most recent patch, and Cassiopeia has had her spells nerfed to overall more expensive mana costs. Specifically the Twin Fangs, I think at max rank, Twin Fangs cost like 90 mana. It's insane. I'm gonna have to double check that mana cost, but if you spam out Twin Fangs without a high base mana pool, you're gonna run out of mana incredibly quickly. So something to keep an eye on there for Wolf, and see if he balances out. And you can see he's actually already getting his mana back by using his Twin Fangs to kill creeps, which is going to refund you the cost of the cast of the spell, as well as, I think, about 3% of your mana overall.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As we can see a little bit of a trade back and forth between Wolf and Bengi. Wolf laying on those poisons. Those Twin Fangs absolutely ripping through Bengi. But Wolf is completely out of mana. Maybe has enough to get off another poison cast from that Noxious Blast. But he is running excruciatingly low, forced to pop out his poisons. Crystalline Flask is ticking for Bengi. He's trying to get some rejuvenation going on. Shoots off that Disintegrate, but he is just really kind of tickling Wolf at this point. Doesn't have any AP items. Not able to do too much. Gets the stun out onto Wolf. Can he capitalize? Wolf firing back with a few abilities of his own. Nice Disintegrate.
Very dangerous here. Bengi's gonna hit level 6. I think this is victory condition for him. Oh, flashing Tibbers. A big flash there by Wolf.
Yeah, that was really well timed. Wolf reading that very well from that Tibbers from Bengi. Now maybe Bengi just feeding him an extra CS and 50 gold. Nope, actually gonna go ahead. Tibbers gets recalled back to the base with Bengi. But very nice aggressive play coming out from these guys. But you can see the respect. You know that they're sitting in the same room probably laughing about this matchup, but you can see that they're not taking each other lightly at all in this matchup.
Now Wolf needs to get back to base immediately. Will hit that first stack of okay, Tibbers does go underneath the turret. I thought he was going to deny that CS by pushing Tibbers back behind him. But so first stack of that aspect of the Serpent is up there. 100 stacks will give you 5% increased ability power and make Twin Fangs heal you for, I think it's going to be around 10 HP for Twin Fangs, just given the ability power level. 71 AP for Bengi, and I think it's actually fairly comparable here for, yeah, 76 ability power there for Wolf, just off of that extra AP from this passage.
Yeah, very even, as we can see both of them opting for the triple Dorans on top of the crystalline flasks. So what this really means though is Wolf is going to have excruciatingly great mana sustain here, where he was running himself down before in those earlier exchanges. Now he's not going to have that issue too much as long as he is CSing with his Twin Fang, because he's going to be getting that 3% back, as well as the cost, as well as all of the regeneration from those Doran's place. As you can see, a nice trade back. Bengi being taken very, very low, almost down to 50%, and Wolf barely being scratched in that trade.
Now, something very important is going to be the ultimate cooldowns. Bengi is about to have Tibbers up again, and like we said earlier, it's going to be about the ults. If you get the Petrifying Gaze off onto Bengi, then you just kill it. There's the flash.
There's
the ultimate
Tibbers
onto Wolf, though. Can he avoid this Petrifying Gaze? Turns sideways. Bengi avoids the stun, and now Wolf, in a difficult situation, is just going to fire up the Q over the wall. It's Bengi picking up first blood onto Wolf.
Yeah, really nice flash Tibbers forward. He gets the Incinerate off, taking Wolf down very low. As you can see, the Molten Shield is just ripping through Wolf at this point. Very good turn sideways to avoid that Petrifying Gaze. And now it's really just a matter of his cooldowns coming back up. This Disintegrate right here over the wall, using Tibbers for vision, just finishes him off. And that's a great pickup for Bengi, who is now 1-0 in this matchup against his teammate Wolf.
And that's going to do it for our first matchup of the night, or in this matchup, our first game of the night in this matchup. Coming into game 2, honestly, I don't know if maybe we see Wolf pull out a unique champion. We've seen some Cassiopeias here, and well, he did actually play the matchup very well, avoiding the all-any flash Tibbers the first time. The Bengi went for that. Second time around was not quite as quick on that flash button. Has unfortunately a somewhat longer cooldown than Annie's Tibbers ult. Yeah, just beautifully played there by Bengi at the end. There's not too much counterplay to that. He outplayed every single aspect of what he was trying to go for. So coming into game number 2 and seeing how well Bengi is playing each one of these matchups, maybe all you need is maybe a little bit of extra unique champion choice to get you the edge up.
Yeah, perhaps, but with that win for Bengi, that also nets you a win, which means that I'm going to go ahead and have to make my own donation to Extra Life. I was incorrect. I thought the Cassiopeia was going to rule supreme, but it didn't quite happen that way. Bengi proving me wrong with the Annie, so I will be making a handsome donation to Extra Life on behalf of my own failure.
Excited to see game 2. Maybe the failure can turn into success. We'll see if Wolf is hungry like himself, or if Bengi can pull things out again on champions that may not necessarily require a lot of initial mechanics when you think about them, but ones that he played very mechanically soundly. He turned sideways to make sure that he didn't get stunned by Petrifying Gaze, and then he micro Tibbers around the wall so that it not only continued dealing damage, but it also gave him vision there for the Incinerate that ultimately, or the Disintegrate that ultimately won him the game. So just great play there in that first game of this best of 3, but it is a best of 3, so not only is there an opportunity for Wolf to come back, opportunity for, if he does, a game 3 blind pick that I'm going to be super excited about. Let's go ahead and get into game number 2, champion picks and bans. Once again, that Respect Sion ban, but this time there's no Urgot banned away, and Bengi just gonna click it down. Is this the champion that's gonna lead him to victory? Of course, keep in mind, Caitlyn and Lucian both available for Bengi, if that's the style that he wants to play.
Yeah, if he decides to lock that Urgot instead of the Caitlyn, that could be somewhat devastating if that's what Wolf decides to go with. As we can see, the Annie actually taken away this time by Wolf, doesn't want to deal with that, and Bengi, respecting the play from the Cassiopeia, also takes that one out. We'll have to see what happens. 20 seconds left on the timer. I'm pretty excited to see this Urgot played again if that's what it comes down to. I'm really hoping we see that lock, but I'm a bit more excited to see what happens with Wolf's counter pick. Clock's running down. Actually, Bengi with the Nunu lock at the last seconds here.
Big change from Urgot. I think he was actually just hovering over Urgot to say, hey, you didn't ban this, and then he switched to Nunu. And while Nunu is very, very good in a 1v1, does start to taper off towards the post 6th level. Now, it requires either a lot of ability to block out these ice blasts, or you just go for the scaling advantage. You say, look, you're going to be a very, very big bully to me, but I'm going to come back to lane with a lot of damage all in you, and we've actually seen that work several times versus Nunus. But at the same time, it's just going to be ridiculous to deal with. It's so annoying to watch too, because he walks up, ice blast, consumes a minion, walks back, and there's very little counter to play to that. We'll see if maybe Mordekaiser. The answer here for Wolf, he has certainly favored his unique champion picks. We'll see if Mord is the answer to Bengi. Initial reaction is no, just because Mordekaiser actually costs himself health, but oh my gosh, well, here we go. It's Wolf's Mordekaiser versus Bengi's Nunu. Does he know the secret counter to one of the strongest 1v1 champions of the game? We'll see if Mordekaiser's it.
Yeah, I feel like this is really going to be dependent on if Wolf is able to balance his shield to absorb the harass from Bengi's Ice Blast. That's really, I feel like, what it's going to come down to in this matchup. Outside of Ice Blast, there's not too much that Bengi's going to be able to do other than Blood Boil himself and auto attack onto Wolf. So I feel like in that regard, Wolf has a little bit of an advantage, but if he can use Iron Man with Mace of Spades, man, these ability names are just so classic Riot. As long as he can abuse those for extra damage and get that shield up and maintain it consistently, he should have a decent time in this matchup. But with Bengi on that Nunu, with his passive from Visionary, you know, every 5 auto attacks he gets a free cast. It's going to be interesting to see if Wolf can keep up with the onslaught of Ice Blasts that are going to be coming out. We'll have to see what happens, though, when we get into this game, but it's sure to be even more interesting than the last. I'll take a look over at Wolf now. Wow, plus 72. Yeah, he's really going harder with the plus HP coming into this one. Do you think that we're going to see, disregarding the fruits and masteries that we're seeing right now, how do you think we're going to see the Nunu built? Because I think that that's going to be something that's kind of really open to different interpretations as far as build paths go. Do you think that we're going to be seeing a very AP aggressive, or are we going to be going back to the old just tank up, out sustain as much as possible?
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh. These guys are going straight for... This is not a dance-off. This is a damage-off, in fact, in the mid lane. As we can see, Bengi taking, being taken lower. Yeah.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
I'm actually very interested and slightly confused as to why. I mean, I'm gonna guess that he picked his ability before he entered the lane and that happened, but he actually went for the Siphon of Destruction instead of Mace of Spades, which deals more damage to your target if they're isolated. Kind of works almost like Kha'Zix's isolation ability. So I'm wondering if he selected that preemptively before entering the lane, but he, with seeing how low Bengi was actually taken right there, he almost would have been in kill range had Wolf decided to go for Mace of Spades instead. Yeah, I believe he wants to go straight for the Hextech Revolver in this matchup. That way he's not, you know, ripping through his HP too much off of his passive, or, you know, because of his abilities costing his own HP. So he wants to get straight into that and get that as soon as possible. So I won't be too surprised if we see Wolf actually make an early back just to secure that item pickup as soon as it's available. Still has a ways to go before he's able to secure that. But more importantly, I'm interested to see how Bengi wants to go. Unsurprising with the Crystalline Flask thus far. But on his first back, we'll get to see whether he wants to play very aggressively or very defensively. As we can see, he already has 24 AP. So he's on the aggressive side as these guys are aggressing onto each other. Wolf being taken down below half HP. Bengi as well. But he will have the sustain in lane with that consume. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna have to be very selective about when he's using his Siphons of Destruction. Already flash away with the Ignite on Wolf. Bengi really just flexing his muscles right now. That's gonna be a very necessary back coming in. Won't be surprised if we see the TP burned out from Wolf. Bengi doing a very nice job aggressing. Yeah, he's just got to be a scant few hundred gold away from finishing off that Hextech Revolver at this point. As you can see, he's laying in some decent damage into Bengi. But he's just firing right back with that Consume. He's also working himself down on mana, which means Bengi's going to be very reliant on his Visionary passive to get those free cost spells in, unless he can get some more mana sustain. Not opting to recall just yet. Cancels it out. Wants to get this CS as it's pushed in the turret. Yeah. Oh, wow. It's gonna be very difficult. As we can see, he's going with the double Doran's Blade. He still has the Crystalline Flask, and he's just gonna try to brutal. Oh, wow. Well, you know, you ask the question and it's answered right there for you. Bengi just comes right in, blows the Absolute Zero as quickly as he possibly can, and it just rips through Wolf's HP. Now, Wolf hitting 6 just now. He's going to be very reliant on Children of the Grave, his ultimate now, to try to get through Bengi, but it's going to be very difficult to find himself a kill with that just because of Bengi's Consume. It's going to heal him for so much HP. As we can see, they're just ripping through each other. Bengi now very low on mana, has to use his Crystalline Flask charges to try to heal. He's working Bengi very low. He's really relying on the Consume to sustain himself in the lane, but he has to be careful because Bengi's Ignite is coming right back up just about this second, and this might be the aggressive. Just a deadly combination. The damage and sustain from Bengi combined with that Ignite. If Wolf had been running it as well, it would have netted him a kill earlier on in their exchanges, but the better man had won. Bengi comes out on top with another 2-0.
뱅기 선수를 한번 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 뱅기 선수.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 일단 12강에 올라간 거 축하드립니다. 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 굉장히 의외네요.
의외라고요?
처음에 굉장히 올라갈 줄 몰랐는데
네.
생각보다 쉽게 올라갔어요.
일단 그 뱅기 선수의 우르곳이 굉장히 화제가 되고 있습니다.
네.
네, 이 부분에 대해서 어떻게 우르곳을 좀 미리 이거에서 써먹어야겠다라고 준비를 하신 건가요?
우르곳 약간 제가 생각한 건 아니고 울프가 생각했는데
네.
딱 봤을 때 딱 이거 처음에 하면 이거 좋을 것 같아서
네.
딱 했는데 별로 안 해봤는데 생각보다 1대1 해봤는데 괜찮게 나와서
네.
딱 쓰게 됐어요.
아, 그렇습니까? 그래서 우르곳을 사랑하는 전국의 많은 우르곳 팬 여러분들께서 굉장히 기뻐하고 있다라는 말씀을 좀 살짝 전해드릴 것 같고요. 특히나 지금 12강을 올라가면서 울프 선수와 뱅기 선수 두 선수가 맞붙게 돼서 내전이 되었는데
네.
혹시 그 저희들끼리 여담으로는 뭐 치킨빵이든 아니면 버거빵이든 이런 내기를 조금 했을 것이다라고 했는데 혹시 내기 하셨나요?
치킨 사주게 됐어요. 이거.
역시나 이 두 친구들은 약간 이런 게 좀 있거든요.
네.
오늘 마지막에 있었던 그 약간 우르곳과 누누에서 갈등을 했는데 모데카이저 보고 승리 예상했나요?
모데카이저 보고 끝났다 생각했어요.
이겼다.
약간 아니요 졌다고.
본인이 끝났다.
졌다.
근데 이거는 이길 줄 몰랐어요.
모데카이저가 좀 네.
네.
좋은 픽이었네요, 확실히.
네.
모데카이저가 라인을 밀 때 제가 할 수 있는 게 없을 줄 알았는데
네.
그 플래시를 약간 뻘로 뺀 게 이득이었죠?
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 어쨌든 간에 다시 한번 12강 올라가게 된 거 축하드리고요. 많은 SKT 팬 여러분들, 그리고 뭐 정글러를 하시는 분들, 그리고 뱅기 선수를 응원하는 팬 여러분들께서 응원 많이 해주셨는데, 마지막으로 각오 한 말씀, 그리고 팬들을 위한 인사 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이번에 그냥 솔로킹 토너먼트에 좀 12명까지 올라갔는데 이번에 그래도 좀 열심히 해서 높은 곳까지 올라가고 싶어요.
네, 꼭 멋진 선전의 모습 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다, 뱅기 선수.
수고하세요.
네, 고맙습니다. 사실 저는 이 뱅기 선수가 잠깐 이 머뭇머뭇할 때
저는
Alright, that's actually going to do it for our interview with Bengi. That means that we're going to be taking a quick little commercial break. While we do that, of course, make sure to stick around because when we come back, kind of the highlight of the evening for me, I mean, we've already seen quite a few highlights, but coming up next, it'll be Easy Hoon versus Wraith, and then QV versus OQ. Some pretty exciting matchups coming up, and then, of course, a final matchup, best of 3 between the winner of both of those semifinals to determine the second player to advance out of Group C into our playoff brackets. So make sure to stick around. This is the Solo King, of course, brought to you on Azubu TV. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament so far. If you'd like to join the conversation, make sure to head on over to Twitter. Tweet at Azubu TV. Use the hashtag The Solo King to leave some of your thoughts about tonight's matchups, tonight's plays, or anything that you'd like to let us know about that. And of course, make sure to stick around for our upcoming matchups. Do you want to mention, before we head off, that the Solo King tournament does actually support Extra Life, a charity organization that supports children's hospitals across the nation. If you guys would like to donate to that cause, or of course for more information, scroll right down below the screen, click the Extra Life link, and you'll be able to donate that way. But stick around, we'll be coming right back after a short commercial break with our next best of 3 between Easy Hoon and Wraith.
Close your eyes, see paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry sky. Can't change it down. I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars around. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I'll let you run my life. Tell you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the 우릴 덮는 슬픔과 깊은 어둠.
welcome to another day of the League of Legends Top Fails. This is day 348. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. Starting off at the number 3 spot, we have the blue team with the red team inside their jungle. The blue team will quickly surround, catching out the red team Thresh and eventually finishing him off. This will leave Fizz in a somewhat bad spot as he heads towards his friendly Gnar. He's going to run into 3 enemies as a Nami Bubble and the Morg Binding go out, both missing. Fizz then leaping the wall with the Playful Trickster will be followed up upon by Lee Sin. Luckily, he does have the Zhonya's, but the blue team, as he comes out, unable to land the skill shots needed or finish him off, as he is able to use that Playful Trickster and his flash to get away and back to base safely. Coming in at the number 2 spot, we have the blue team Jarvan and Yasuo with the red team Rengar going for the invade. Jarvan will catch him out with the standard and the Dragon Strike. He will be able to take his own buff back, but as he goes for the kill on Rengar, Rengar is going to flash into the bush as Jarvan flashes over the wall. Falling for the fake, Rengar then will get set up for an easy kill as the blue team Yasuo comes to investigate, but ended up paying with his life as Rengar gets out of there with the easy kill. The top fill of day 348 is going to belong to the red team Vi, Alistar, and Miss Fortune in this one, with the blue team Yasuo down in the bot lane with his friendly Nami. Yasuo going for the kill on Miss Fortune, but in the process dropping low. Miss Fortune does manage to kill on Nami, but Yasuo with the revenge in his eyes will be able to flash ahead and take the kill on Miss Fortune. Alistar staying a little too long, taking way too much creep damage, will fall back through the river as Yasuo going for the chase. Having second thoughts though as he runs into the enemy Vi, as the Vault Breaker misses. Yasuo will dash to a minion heading towards his creep wave. He dashes again to another minion and back through Vi. Vi not giving up will make the same mistake that Alistar did and run right into a huge blue creep wave. She will dodge the whirlwind, but as she comes with the Vault Breaker, Yasuo using the sweeping blade will be able to avoid it and then come back through with the Steel Tempest, finishing off the 2 low health enemies as he walks away with the unofficial triple kill. Thanks for watching day 348. If you happen to miss the last one and would like to go check it out, a link for that will be on the screen for you to go do that. Remember to submit your fail clips at jumpinthepack.com. That's going to do it for me. Thank you guys once again for watching. Have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you guys next time.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament here broadcast on Azubu TV, and of course featuring some of your favorite players, teams, and champions from Champions, at least this season of it. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Seth Achilles King, and we will be bringing you guys some of the best Korean 1v1 action this side of, well, just about everything. Coming up next in the Solo King, it'll be a matchup between SK Telecom's T1's sometimes starting, sometimes sub mid laner, EasyHoon. He'll be facing off against Samsung's Wraith, and of course, maybe not his former teammate, but a former SK Telecom support himself.
Yeah, really interesting matchup coming in from these guys. This is the time for Wraith to prove himself and Samsung Galaxy's worth in a 1v1 against Faker's double, you could say, EasyHoon, living in the shadow of the man, the myth, the legend himself. He's looking to prove his worth in this tournament. We'll have to see who comes out on top. As we can see, we're already in the picks and bans. Leona actually being banned out by Wraith. We did see a showing a couple days ago by Leona, who actually won a 1v1 against Malzahar. Some really interesting mechanical play coming out in that one.
Yeah, that was Kane versus Winged, I believe. So if you guys haven't seen the Kane versus Winged series, make sure to go back and watch it. I know there are a lot of VODs up. You can find VODs either on this channel or, of course, by heading over to lol.esportspedia.com. We've got links up there. LOL Event VODs also has a full listing of all the VODs from today. But let's go ahead and talk about the champion picks. We've got Kayle here for Wraith versus EasyHoon's Cassiopeia. And we've already seen a Cassiopeia versus Annie matchup where Annie actually came out on top thanks to Bengi's impeccable micro. But coming in here on our next matchup, we've got a support player versus a mid laner. So EasyHoon obviously has a lot of experience playing Cassiopeia, whereas Wraith, you know, support Kayle sometimes a thing. I remember back when Evaniscus was a player in NALCS, used to bring that champion out all the time in the support role. But how good is Wraith's Kayle versus a champion that we already know EasyHoon is very skilled at?
It's very hard to say. This is going to be one heck of an interesting matchup, and I think it's going to come down to the players themselves in this one. Wraith is going to have to play very cautiously going against EasyHoon's Cassiopeia. He's very much got the advantage with the early poke and the mana regen off of his Twin Fang. Wraith very susceptible to running out of mana very quickly. He does have some excellent ranged harass if he can get in and dodge the poisons, but with as low of a cooldown as they have, it's going to be very difficult for him to keep dodging those Noxious Blasts every single time.
And Kayle does have a few options to sort of put pressure onto Cassiopeia. The area of effect from Righteous Fervor, you can just continually auto attack down the wave, shove it into Cassiopeia's turret, and while Cassiopeia last hits under turret relatively well, it means that she's spending mana killing the minions and not killing you. Although Cassiopeia is such a lane dominant champion that you're really going to struggle as Kayle, even with a little bit of sustain coming back your way, to be able to get in range to auto attack the creeps. I feel like Cassiopeia, specifically after the first trip back to base, is just going to come back with a little bit too much damage. But we're going to see that matchup, Cassiopeia versus Kayle, come out as the first game in our best of 3 series. We'll come in your way in just a second. About to satisfy my soul with some EasyHoon versus Wraith. And do want to welcome everybody to the Solo King. It's a 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV, of course featuring some of your favorite players from this season of Champions. OGN, LCK, whatever you want to call it. We've got Wraith versus EasyHoon. Of course, our spectators getting a little bit flashy out there on your screen. Do want to welcome you guys to the show. My name is Rapid. With me is Achilleos, and hope you guys are ready for EasyHoon versus Wraith.
Yeah, I know that I am. I think this is going to be a really interesting match.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought I was ready for that previous series. That was actually way more intense than I expected. Bengi pulled out some impressive mechanics. We'll see if EasyHoon can illustrate why many people are calling him maybe the spiritual successor to Faker. Any player in the world that you sub Faker out for, it's probably pretty good in my book. So we'll see if EasyHoon's Cassiopeia 100% win ratio on that champion in Champions this season. So see if he can keep that win ratio up in the 1v1s.
Yeah, this will certainly be a match to be remembered, as we can see EasyHoon rocking the Ignite teleport. So he is going for that hyper aggressive play here. Wraith, on the other hand, just with the standard flash teleport coming in, nothing too shocking. It's what we've been seeing in most of these matches, but it's just all the more caution that needs to be taken by him against EasyHoon in this matchup. I feel like what we're going to be seeing is a lot of aggressive push by EasyHoon with the Noxious Blast, and we're going to be seeing Wraith really reliant on his Divine Blessing to heal himself. which is going to result in him running low on mana very quickly. As we can see, Easyhoon did back. He got that extra mana potion, so he's going to have that much more push in this lane.
Here's my question, Achilles. Where are the potions for Kayle?
That is a very good question.
Wraith has nothing but a crystalline flask here. And what I think that might be an indication of is that Wraith thinks that he can just shove this wave so quickly that he's going to save the money from having bought potions and put them into a bigger item when he goes back. That seems incredibly short-sighted given the very high value of sustain in the early game, but I'm not sure why there aren't any potions there for Wraith.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to second guess a player of Wraith's caliber, but...
Oh, Ignite coming down here. Easyhoon does not have Flash to follow this up with. Putting out a lot of harass onto Wraith. Dropped himself down pretty low in mana, but Wraith with no potions once again is going to have a difficult time sustaining himself back up.
Yeah, as we can see, he's rocking the Divine Blessing already, trying to get himself back up into a stable position. Easyhoon getting a ton of mana back from those Twin Fangs.
This is some questionable all-in, especially with the Summoner spell used there. You don't get 5 AD and AP like you used to in Season 2. I used to go for those early all-in Ignite, and you know, you get the extra stats from it, and you're like, all right, worth, now I have bonus stats in lane. But unfortunately, you don't get that in Season 5. A little bit of a throwback there. But speaking of throwback, this is a battle between Samsung and SKT. And somewhat interestingly enough, both of these players actually used to be on the opposite team. Easyhoon used to be on Samsung Blue way back in the day, and of course Wraith used to play on SKT under the former name Casper when he was playing for Pumandu. So kind of switching sides as far as organizations are concerned, but of course Easyhoon definitely finding himself a well-defined place on SKT, complementing Faker in that mid lane very, very well.
Yeah, as you can see Wraith playing Easyhoon to his tower. He's using that Righteous Fury, trying to get through these waves and keep him pushed back as much as possible. Easyhoon's all-in aggressiveness is kind of countered a bit because he does not have that Ignite up. Without that, I feel like he's not going to be able to find any kill potential really onto Wraith until he gets his ultimate up at level 6. So we do have a little bit of time to kill before that happens. As you can see, Wraith just trying to poke back with that Righteous Fury, using that gained range to his advantage as much as he possibly can.
Okay, now Wraith is heading back to base, and he bought 4 health potions and a mana, or four mana potions and a health potion. Now, what's interesting about that is that usually you see health potions prioritized, but with his ability to heal himself up, like you said, with that Divine Blessing, mana becomes a little bit more of a valuable commodity. Downside of that is that I feel like it's more effective to get your health back by using health potions, because 1 health potion gives you 150 HP back, whereas you only get 100 mana from a mana potion. So I'm not sure exactly how the math works out on that, but still no answer on why he decided not to buy potions during his first trip out of base.
Yeah, the mystery might just remain as such. Not sure if we're quite going to get an answer. As we can see, though, Easyhoon's still layering on the hurt quite well. Ignite coming back up, pretty much going to be well timed with him hitting level 6. He was down very slightly in CS, but nothing too significant. Only floating around that 5-6 CS mark. He's just laying down these noxious blasts, putting down a lot of damage onto Wraith. As we can see, he's being taken down nearly to 50% right now. He's just unable to really get in and fire anything back onto Easyhoon at the moment.
Easyhoon coming back with those double Doran's rings means that, oh man, he's gonna have a lot of damage potential. Look at those Twin Fangs. Wraith has to avoid that poison. It does have a number of options to do so. If he is able to throw down a little bit of a slow when Easyhoon goes in on him, he'll be able to get away from that. And now, with level 6 being hit, if Wraith is able to turn on his invulnerability, even maybe after the Petrifying Gaze comes out his way, he will be able to block out all those Twin Fangs coming his way. Is this the all-in that he's looking for? Just gonna settle for taking that Summoner spell and trading it for his ult.
Yeah, eats it with the Ignite, which is very good because that's going to counter a lot of the continued aggression here from Easyhoon, who is running himself down a little bit on mana. Wraith not sitting too well either. They both do have mana potions. I'm sure we'll be seeing those used quite soon. But so far, Wraith having a very rough time in this matchup.
Yeah, you can see Easyhoon able to get back so much mana off of killing minions with Twin Fangs. You get 3% of your missing mana back, and it refunds the entire cost of the spell. So Easyhoon now going back to base on his terms, denying a little bit of CS to Wraith at the turret. And you can see just developing even further I was going to say a CS lead, but if Wraith can pick up every single one of these CS, he'll actually be a little bit more even. So down 2 CS, not all that consequential, since you do have to be 10 CS up over your opponent once you hit 100 CS.
Yeah, so far we don't have to worry about that too much. We are halfway to that point. Like you said, things still a little bit even. I feel like this one is very much going to end in a first blood victory.
Now, look at what Easyhoon did. He went back to base and he bought boots. And traditionally, boots are a very bad item to buy in a 1v1 because they give you no combat stats. And so the other guy's just going to actually kill you. You'll be able to move even more quickly nowhere because you're dead. But in this matchup, it actually makes a little bit of sense because what's going to allow Easyhoon to get off the damage that he needs for a win condition is the ability to chase down Wraith, who will be slowing him out just a little bit, like you see right there. And he'll need to be able to not only get through that slow, but then have enough move speed combined with the Noxious Blast move speed to get it onto here. Will he be able to have enough damage to harass Wraith out of lane, though? He's got a lot of potions.
As we can see, he's being taken down about 60%. Looking a little bit dangerous. Those Crystalline Flask charges are doing work, trying to get him back up.
Oh my gosh, miss on the ultimate, completely whiffed by Easyhoon.
Yeah.
That means a lot of things. For Wraith, he has nothing to worry about. His ultimate will always be able to block all the damage coming his way, as opposed to if he were, stunned, petrified, wouldn't be able to do that. So Wraith is completely safe at this point in the game. What does he do with that knowledge in hand? Does he just shove Easyhoon under turret? Does he try to harass him down? Because it doesn't seem like Wraith is going for actually all that much damage to Easyhoon.
Well, at this point, I feel like Wraith should really be playing hyper-aggressive on the Easyhoon. He still has to play cautiously because Easyhoon still has so much damage off of his Noxious Blast and his Twin Fangs, but he has the ability to really get in and put down a lot of damage, if he abuses his Holy Fervor passive, which is going to reduce armor and magic resistance on Easyhoon. That stacks up to 5 times, I believe is 3% reduction per hit. So if he can get consistent hits on Easyhoon and keep that debuff up, he's going to be able to harass him quite heavily, especially if he combines it with Reckoning. So what he really needs to do is be adding that pressure. Easyhoon's Ignite is about to come back up, so he doesn't yet have it. So he really should be layering on the pressure, but he's still just playing a little too cautiously and trying to avoid up these poisons as much as he possibly can.
I would say that Wraith had the sustain advantage over Easyhoon, but now that he's up above that 100 stack mark, he's actually going to get more health back, I feel, off of just using his Twin Fangs. Every time he uses those, he's going to get, I think, around 10 to 12 HP back. And he's been using them a lot, even just here on Wraith. You can see continuing to land the poison, go in for that Twin Fangs, and continue to stack that passive up.
Yeah, so far this is very much in the hands of Easyhoon. He's almost sort of toying with Wraith at this point, just kind of waiting for him to get his ultimate back up. As soon as he has that, I wouldn't be surprised if we have an all-in engage from him. Layer down the poison, get down the Petrifying Gaze, and just top it off with an Ignite. It'll be able to just rip right through Wraith. As long as he catches him...
Wait, what?
What the heck?
Wraith is building the makings of what appears to be a Wit's End, which, while I guess an okay item in the matchup, is not something he's ever really going to be able to afford, considering that look at the CS that we're at right now. We're at 92 to 96. There is a 4 CS differential, which is not enough to give you a victory. Of course, you do need to be 10 CS up over your opponent once you break that 100 CS mark. So now we get to see how effective this is. Now Wraith knows he's going to need to ult himself here in just a second. There's the ult, but Easyhoon might actually have an ult of his own. No flash to follow Wraith out there. And no ignite either. So summoner spell for summoner spell traded away. Wraith still alive, but down on HP.
Yeah, wow, this is becoming a little bit of a nail.
Oh no, I think Wraith's dead here. Oh my gosh, that slow is too much.
Yeah, gotta be very careful here. Oh, it's just... Wow. By a thread.
I don't know, man. This is going to take a lot of healing coming back for Wraith, who, keep in mind, has only enough slots in his inventory to be able to fit the sustain from a crystalline flask in there. No actual consumables. Same situation for Easyhoon, who just has 1 slot for potions, or in this case biscuits, and no additional slots there. Wraith is dead here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not sure why he walked so far forward. Look at this. He's actually going to be below half HP, and he's going to walk forward for CS, even though Easyhoon's zoning him out here. He just walks right up in almost melee range. I mean, you got range there for a reason. No ultimate, no ability to disengage, and Easyhoon just throwing down the flashy ult there at the end. Easyhoon takes game number 1 versus Wraith.
Yeah, seems like just a very severe misplay coming in from Wraith right there. Not sure what he was thinking moving that far forward. As a kill, you very much have to balance your aggression with that Righteous Fury and play back as much as you possibly can. Just not really the case right there at the end. But like you said, Easyhoon just picking up game 1 in this best of 3. So we'll have to see what Wraith is going to do with this knowledge that he's gained. He's now seen Easyhoon in action 1v1. He's seen how deadly that Cassiopeia is. So yet again, won't be surprised if we see that one taken away in game 2.
And actually kind of interesting to compare the itemization. We didn't comment on it in the actual game itself, but the Haunting Guise pickup, I think that's the first Haunting Guise of the entire tournament. Primarily just because you don't actually expect to see too many second tier items being completed. Usually it's just straight up Doran's rings and then you win the game. Or Doran's blades, or you get the idea. But these second tier items actually really mattering a lot in that matchup. The recurve bow is 900 gold spent on nothing but attack speed, and specifically towards the end there, I don't think Easyhoon was too worried about getting continual attacks when he could trade out almost even more quickly with Twin Fangs. And so coming in here to game number 2, Easyhoon actually throwing out the Kayle ban here. And once again, Wraith with a ban on both support champions. This is interesting because you'd expect Wraith to be the one who has support champions banned against him. Instead, it's the other way around.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Of course, I still love that we see the Leona ban coming out yet again. I would love to actually see that and cast that in action, but maybe in a future match.
Ever since Kayn pulled it out, I have been wanting to see another Leona. Although, can you pull it out as strong as Kayn did? His Leona was super strong, but I don't know if we're going to see another one of those, either because it's been banned or because it's not necessarily one of the top 1v1 picks. Caitlyn banned Lucian still open, but with a lock-in on Lissandra for Easyhoon. This is a situation Easyhoon wishes he could find himself in competitive play. Getting the first pick Lissandra in there, but what is Wraith's answer to it? Do you go for the all-ins with Jarvan? We've seen victory for Jarvan already today, so maybe looking to make it 2 wins. Wraith does have a few support champions that he could go for. There's things like Morgana, maybe Karma still available if you want to go for a super aggressive support, but looks like it will be Jarvan being hovered over for now.
If he locks in the Jarvan, I'll find this very interesting just because Easyhoon's Lissandra has so much potential playing against the J4. If he goes in with the Cataclysm, he can immediately get Frozen Tombed on. He can use the Glacial Path to get out of the Cataclysm. I just feel like there's a lot of harass and escape coming in from the side of Easyhoon that this G4 is very questionable for me. But then again, we'll just have to see how Wraith wants to play this one. He's probably going to want to go hyper aggressive before that level 6 mark, just so that Easyhoon can't use the Frozen Tomb to his advantage. We'll have to see what he decides to do. We already had a a pretty good showing from J4 earlier today, so we'll have to see if Wraith can replicate that and kind of bring it into his own. But who knows? All bets are off really at this point for this matchup.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the runes and masteries, and I hope these are the actual runes that are being used, because I don't think it's actually changed, so I don't think those are actually the accurate runes that he's using right now. So let's actually check out his masteries. There's only one mastery page, so it has to be what he's using. 2109 here for Lissandra, and once again, the confusing point that I always see picked up here is the second tier point that gives your allies additional damage. Maybe that means that he takes additional damage from creeps, but I think it's actually just allied champions that get the bonus damage off of that. And as far as masteries are concerned, AP, armor, and magic resist, I want to say, as the points picked up there. Let's check out the runes, or the masteries rather. 2190. No extra points in the mana regen, just looking for as much aggression in the offense tree. 4 points put in both attack speed and cooldown reduction, with no points in Warlord or Spell Weaving and Blade Weaving. That's actually really strange to see so many points put in the early abilities without any in even something as significant as Warlord, which actually does start to, give you like 3, 4, 5, 8 AD, which is a pretty valuable single point to have as far as masteries go.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. A little bit odd. The 21-9 for the most part, though, not too surprising. We're not seeing any of those split trees like we've seen before in a few of these other matchups. Just gonna go very aggressive here against the Lissandra like we thought. So we'll have to see what happens with the build paths in this matchup. I feel like that's what this is really gonna come down to. As that J4, probably gonna go he's either gonna have to go excruciatingly aggressive at the start or substitute for some defensive in the beginning. What do you think we're going to see coming out from Wraith?
To be fair, Easyhoon has been playing a much more aggressive style. I was watching a few of the solo queue games earlier on this week, and he's been playing like super aggressive in lane, like shoving his lane without ward coverage, or even when he has it, just like really crushing his lane opponent, and maybe less looking for roam opportunities, but just going super ham. And maybe solo queue not directly applicable to anything else. I'm just saying I expect to see a very aggressive playstyle right in Jarvan's face. So maybe putting on so much pressure that early game becomes a little bit more difficult. But like you said, when it comes down to all-ins, that's the way you win. So if Jarvan can hit level 6 ahead of Easyhoon's Lissandra, he won't be able to ult himself to block the damage coming out from the all-in, and it might just be enough to turn this matchup around for Wraith. Of course, if he loses this match, he is not only out of the tournament, but that means that Easyhoon will advance to the finals to face the winner of OQ versus Wraith's teammate QV.
Yeah, and that's another game that I'm very much looking forward to today. It'll be the first matchup that we have actually without a member of SKT involved, so that'll be
That's true. It's been a big day for SKT. Both Bengi and Wolf won their early round matchups, with Bengi actually advancing to the finals. So I wonder if Wolf and Bengi are like standing behind Easyhoon, cheering him on, saying, hey look, this champion worked well. Easyhoon's just like, let's go ahead and get in a game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That's probably the case. All of this little game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. It's Korean 1v1 tournament, of course, featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions, broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're getting into game number 2. And our third best of 3 matchup featuring Easyhoon versus Wraith. And Easyhoon on a champion we've seen him do, at least personally, very, very well this season is Lissandra. Well, wait a second. I don't think he's actually played Lissandra this season. I'm getting this mixed up because I actually watched a lot of his solo queue this week. So I've seen him play Lissandra a lot, but not actually professionally, competitively this season. But he's facing off against Wraith, who I can promise you has never played Jarvan competitively this season. The support Jarvan. Something I know, you know, guys like Doa, big fan of bloodthirsty supports, might want to see more of, but probably not something that you'll see this season.
No, but speaking of bloodthirsty, Wraith is just that. As we can see, he's coming in with the Flash Ignite in this matchup, whereas this time Easyhoon is going to go ahead, opt for the Flash Teleport. We're seeing just kind of the parallel between these two. It's either the TP Ignite or the Flash Ignite, always next to the Flash Teleport. So Easyhoon going for the safer options here. Whereas Wraith really wants to get in and do some damage in this matchup.
Now, I believe when Faker played Lissandra earlier on in the tournament, of course, as kind of Easyhoon's counterpart, he actually went Doran's Ring first for, you know, some early aggressive options, and then, you know, was able to follow up a strong lane phase with, you know, more itemization afterwards. But for Easyhoon, he's just going to go for kind of the safe pick as far as items are concerned, and grab that Crystalline Flask. Versus an all-in champion, when you know you're going to die from Wraith bursting you down, the barrier is actually not a bad choice for summoner spells, but once again, choosing to go with Flash versus Jarvan, we already saw that once earlier versus Bengi, versus Bengi's Jarvan. Going for the Flash to escape the Cataclysm is a good way to get away, but at that point you've already been all-in, and I think at least earlier on today we saw Flash be very ineffective versus Bengi's Jarvan. Peanut flashed out of his Cataclysm and still died.
Yeah, nice, very quick flash follow from Bengi, was able to secure himself that kill. We'll have to see if Easyhoon is, you know, capable of actually avoiding the kill potential from Wraith's Jarvan as we get further into this match. As we can see, they're trading back and forth with some nice damage. Easyhoon really laying it on.
Yeah, and
using those ice shards to rip right through.
This aggressive playstyle by Easyhoon is completely correct. He recognizes not only does he have the range advantage versus Wraith, he also has the teleport advantage. He can go back to base if he gets harassed down, whereas Wraith is going to have to take kind of the long, hard walk all the way back from the fountain. So,
yeah, he
great
can at
play
least,
by Easyhoon.
he can at least flag and drag his way back. Try to cut that time down as much as possible, but then again, he'll come back into lane and have a mana disadvantage, so not the greatest of ideas.
But at the same time, the struggle here for Easyhoon is going to be that sooner or later, Wraith is just going to come back into lane and kill him. Already looking for the all-in here. Oh, Easyhoon way too far away from his turret. He's got Flash, but his Flash going to be enough? No, he flashes and still dies.
My
Flash
God.
was too late, and of course he knew that Wraith had Flash of his own and would have been able to follow that, but he just took too long to get back towards his turret. Perfect knock up there by Wraith, who secures this kill at level 3.
Wow.
Punishing Easyhoon for being too far overextended.
Just really almost silly play coming out from Easyhoon. You walk forward to get the Ring of Frost onto Wraith, but to really no avail, and it's with Flash in these types of situations, especially when it's a first blood wins the game type, you know, matchup, better safe than sorry with the Flash, but Wraith brings it to a 1-1, our first 3-game match of the day. So this means that we actually get to go into blind pick for this final game.
That's right, Achilles. It's a good thing you mentioned that because we haven't seen a Game 3 of the night. And just like in Game 5s in Champion seasons, when we hit the end of our best 3 series, it is going to be blind pick. That means there are no bans. You can pick any champion at all that's available. I don't even think we've banned the recently changed to champions. So you can literally click on any champion, play it, and it's going to be awesome to watch. Because not only do you get to play any champion, your opponent doesn't know the matchup that he's picking his champion into. And maybe this is where you say, all right, let's hit the 100 CS mark and pick something like Caitlyn or Lucian, or you know, a similar AD carry with a high amount of wave clear that can put on a lot of pressure early. Although with Easyhoon being a mid laner and Wraith being a support player, you don't necessarily... It may be more likely for Wraith to go for the AD carry just because he's used to that dual lane situation, and most supports tend to be very familiar with ADs as well. But for Easyhoon, he has this very accomplished mid lane champion pool. I think he's favored Xerath this season, but has actually played a bunch of different champions. Xerath, Jace, Kassadin, Cassiopeia, and Lulu. Might go back to the Cassiopeia, but I think we're going to see something a little bit more in the long-range mage department.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he decides to land on. The Lulu would be a very interesting pick coming in. Very safe and also very aggressive. Well-balanced overall.
Now, we've seen Lulu banned actually a lot today. A lot more than in previous days in the Solo Kings. So it's been interesting to see maybe Lulu bans prioritized over champions like Caitlyn. He's actually made it through the ban phase a lot today, or at least comparatively to previous days where it's almost unanimously banned out.
Yeah, we'll have to see what these guys decide to land on. Personally, I think it would be interesting to see a nice mirror match of characters, maybe something like a double Urgot, or a double, Shen, or something crazy.
The day I see double Urgot. To be fair, though, we have seen the blindest of picks in Lee Sin mirror matches twice so far this tournament. And usually that's very common versus players who are in the same house who, agree to play the same champion and can see each other's monitors, so they make sure that they actually pick the right one. But I don't think we're going to see that this time around, although it will be interesting to note what Easyhoon goes for, because similar to 5v5 blind picks, you get the opportunity to pick what you feel is the strongest 1v1 champion, regardless of what it's playing against. So it's going to be exciting to see what these players pick up.
Yeah, we should be seeing this matchup coming in just a few scant minutes here. But I don't know. What would you have to put your money on so far? After what we've seen today, who do you think has had the best showing?
If you had to ask me, I'd actually be more interested in seeing what maybe some of our audience think about, the power picks. If you guys have any picks that you think are just great 1v1 champions, picks that you wish Easyhoon would pick, make sure to head on over to Twitter and tweet at AzubuTV, or of course at RapidCasting or at AchillesCasts, and let us know what you think are some of the strongest 1v1 champions here. Use the hashtags TheSoloKing so that we know what you're talking about this tournament. We'd love to hear from you guys and hope that you will join the conversation on Twitter. Now, 1v1s coming down to game number 3 here. 1 point apiece for Easyhoon versus Wraith. Now, like we said, Caitlyn, Lucian, both very, very strong champions in the 1v1. Lane dominant, very high CS abilities. What's going to be the pickup here? Wraith's cycling through a bunch of them. Saw both Caitlyn and Lucian, but what's Easyhoon going to go for?
Not sure yet. He's playing it slow. Being very meticulous about this one. He's flipping through a couple different options, but not really landing on anything quite yet. We did actually see him flip onto Zilean for a second there. That would be very interesting to see. Very much a menace, in the 1v1s, but looks like we're going to go ahead and see the Cassiopeia.
The counterplay to Zilean, extremely high. You just walk forward, put on a bomb, walk backwards. And at that point, it kind of becomes like Nunu in the matchup, where you just know you're going to take damage, so you better figure out a way to deal with it. But it's actually a lock-in on Cassiopeia, and for Wraith, he's going to go, with a sure thing. Going to dial down the center and pick up a Caitlyn, which we haven't actually seen today. To be fair, usually because it's banned, but there are no bans in blind pick.
Fortunately for that. So this is going to be one heck of a matchup. And I do have to say, I want to give this one over to Wraith a little bit. Just because of how squishy Cassiopeia can be at those early levels. Though Wraith's going to have to be very careful to avoid those Noxious Blasts and not just get ripped through by the Twin Fangs from Easyhoon. But as long as he can abuse his headshot procs off of his passive, he should be able to put out a nice amount of damage.
I want to see Easyhoon run Flash here. Because if he does that, then he'll be able to do, crazy plays like flashing over a 90 caliber net, mitigating that distance that Caitlyn gets backwards. But we are probably going to see teleports from both laners, because with Caitlyn, you're going to be able to play safely enough early on to where you're not really going to get pushed out of lane too crazily. You've got enough range on your auto attacks to where you're not going to take all that much damage from Noxious Blast because you'll be able to stand out of range of them. Let's take a look at the masteries here. Pretty standard 2109. It's the page that Easyhoon's been using this entire tournament for his mage setup. Fairly standard, no extra points in sorcery or anything crazy like that. Does put a point into the spell blades, so he's going to get some extra help on his auto attacks. But as far as runes setups are concerned here for Wraith, it's the exact same setup that he's been using with the ability power, magic resistance, armor, and masteries. Yeah, something tells me this might actually be the same page. He's put 4 points in cooldown reduction and in attack speed, with no points in Warlord, Spellblade, or Spell Thieves.
Yeah, if there's anything we could say for these players today, it's that they are absolutely consistent in their runes and masteries.
And I
Not
think
too
I'm
much
flipping through
variance.
some extra runes just to see if he's got a couple of other pages that he might be using. Just because I don't think that's necessarily going to be a consistent page that he's used for every game so far. So that's going to do it for champion picks and bans, runes and masteries, and just about everything that we can talk about before we get into this game. But I'm super excited. I want to see, you know, something other than just, you know, 200 CS game where it's decided by, you know, the CS advantage. But at the same time, when it does get down to it, very close to that CS, people start to get a little bit crazy knowing that the pressure is on. So there's pressure for the CS. There might be some kill potential here, specifically if Caitlyn's able to play aggressively enough. But if Cassiopeia can land a nice Petrifying Gaze, it's kind of all over. And it does definitely depend on what summoner spells they use. Did not catch that towards the end there, so excited to see how aggressively these guys are going to play as far as items, but specifically summoner spells. Because the winner of this matchup will advance to the finals. Let's go ahead and get it a game. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the most soul-satisfying 1v1 tournament out there. It's the Solo King, of course, Korean 1v1 tournament being broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're heading into the deciding game number 3, blind pick match. Caitlyn versus Cassiopeia, and Easyhoon versus Wraith.
Yeah, this is going to be one heck of a deciding match. Figure out who is going to go on to the finals and make their way out of their pool. Winner here will go on to face the winner of the match between Kuvi and OQ, which is coming up next. So a lot on the line here.
Yeah, really excited for QB versus OQ. OQ, one of, if not the best AD carry in Korea. There's a lot of hype behind that guy. And one of the reasons that Najin is actually doing so well. So enough about that matchup. We'll get to there eventually. But for Wraith versus Easyhoon, Easyhoon's Cassiopeia, it's going to be about those Noxious Blasts. It's going to be incredibly difficult to land those because of Caitlyn's long auto attack range and Caitlyn's ability to just straight up play safe. You can see Wraith actually starting with a Doran's Blade and single health potion. Drastic sustained disadvantage versus all of the potions that Easyhoon's been able to pick out, but we'll see how Easyhoon decides to play this lane. He's been traditionally playing very aggressive in lane. Not necessarily an option versus Caitlyn just because of how much of a monster she is.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how Wraith is going to play this. He has to be excruciatingly careful to not get hit by the poisons from the side of Easyhoon. As we can see, they both are using the flash teleports this time. No one going terribly aggressive with an Ignite. No one really wanting to risk that because you have to get up in each other's faces, and both of these guys want to stay as at range as possible. So you see Wraith already getting poked down by some poison. Easyhoon going to go ahead and use his first charge from his Crystalline Flask as well. Just continually firing off these Noxious Blasts.
Now, you'll notice Wraith playing a very complicated lane matchup here versus the minions. He's not actually caring too much about Easyhoon here. It's just Piltover Peacemakers through the minion wave. He'll hit some... oh man, that headshot onto Easyhoon is gonna hurt. You'll notice Easyhoon with 32 armor, so that's just the standard amount of armor runes. Nothing early. It's gonna take full damage when Wraith decides to hit him, or at least the damage that you'd expect to see. Whereas earlier on, we've seen a couple of big tank matchups. I think that was our first series, Peanut or Frozen versus Wolf, where Wolf ran like full tank Scion.
Yeah.
So EasyHoon gonna be opting, of course, for the more aggressive options. Will he be able to trade effectively here versus Wraith? Keep in mind, it's flash teleport for both players, so no ignites, no exhausts, no barriers. Just looking for the flash to either get in more aggressively and chase the other guy down, or play that more defensively and flash out of range. You can't flash away from an ace in the hole, though, so might have been better off for the barrier for EasyHoon, just because that is a big win condition that Caitlyn loves to go for.
Yeah, I also think it's worth noting here that none of these players in this tournament are able to use crit runes in their build. So Wraith here, playing completely off of his base damage, not able to get any type of headshot crits until he goes back and gets some sort of crit item. So
that feel when you walk into lane, crit somebody off of a headshot, and just win. So
yeah,
unfortunately, not going to happen. This is where you see him go back to base and like, you know, completely destroy our caster predictions and like buy a brawler's glove and just come back in lane and crit EasyHoon like 10 times in a row and win.
First buy Cloak of Agility.
Oh man,
let's get that 15% in.
I'm hype. We haven't seen any Yasuos so far, else that might be a little bit more viable. But what's actually incredibly impressive for EasyHoon is that even with Wraith's ability to shove this wave in and the 650 auto attack range, EasyHoon is still actually hitting a fair amount of Noxious Blasts onto Wraith. And that's actually very important, not only just for the harass and the damage in lane, but oh my gosh, Wraith!
Wow, Wraith. Taken so low, forced to throw down that trap, trying to catch EasyHoon on the aggress, but wow, just being ripped right through by that Twin Fang. And as we can see, EasyHoon having an easy time with mana because of that refund, whereas Wraith just really burning through with every Piltover Peacemaker. Opts to go with the double Dorans and TP's back in.
You know what I just thought of, Achilles? What if you play Ashe in this matchup? That way you come with crit in your kit.
Crit built right in.
Yeah, it's like it's baked on in with the secret recipe. I don't know if maybe crit's the secret ingredient there. We haven't seen Ashe, and to be fair, Ashe in a 1v1 matchup would be absolutely terrible. So probably won't have to worry about that being played. Although I thought we wouldn't have to worry about champions like Leona being played. We've already seen her win games, so yeah. We've seen Braum versus Alistar matchups. So there are crazier things out there. But EasyHoon getting pressured underneath his turret, throws out the Miasma, and is able to pick up most of that CS. Able to stay even in CS versus a Caitlyn in lane. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, doing a really good job. And as we see, Wraith already so low on mana, gonna be forced to use his potion here. Trying to get that back up. These Piltover Peacemakers just ripping right through his mana reserves, whereas EasyHoon just sitting quite well with his amount of mana and his harass. He is able to fire right back and trade evenly, if not better, than Wraith is currently doing.
I want to see players start to bring sweeping lenses with them, so that when their opponent puts down a ward, they can get an extra CS off of killing it. Of course, then they die because they're killing a ward, not killing the champion in lane, but you get the idea. It's you know, the little things that matter sometimes. Speaking of little things, CS differential is starting to come out. Absolutely none. Dead even on CS, and I wouldn't have necessarily expected this, but EasyHoon, you can tell. Oh, and especially now that he's hit that first 100 stacks on his Serpent's aspect of the Serpent. There we go, the passive. Can actually give him a ton of sustain in lane, because every time he throws out a Twin Fang, he's going to heal about 10 to 12 HP off it.
Yes, we can see Wraith now just hitting level 6. Pops out that ace in the hole, not doing too much. EasyHoon just potting right back up. These guys are just trading back and forth. EasyHoon, however, is sitting on the Petrifying Gaze. He might want to try to get in on that. Just throwing down some more Twin Fang harass. Poison comes out. Does he want to commit here? Nice 90 caliber net. We'll save Wraith for now. He is excruciatingly low, and yet again, out of mana. No TP, so if he recalls, this is a very big opportunity for EasyHoon to create some disparity in their CS.
First recalls is always a big sort of game of chicken. You're like, hey, I want to force you to recall first so that I can both deny you gold, minions, yes, and head back to base. So, big advantage if you can force your opponent out of lane. And, you know, with double Dorans, that's active sustain, not passive. So you actually have to be hitting minions in order to get that HP back. And now EasyHoon, with that more passive sustain, was able to just kind of sit through Wraith, shoving him into his turret. Now Wraith Got just those double Doran's blades to help him CS here at turret. EasyHoon even able to land some of those Noxious Blasts behind the turret. Keep that harass going on.
Yeah, you can see that Wraith is really playing so scared of EasyHoon. EasyHoon's moving into his auto attack range, and instead of trying to trade back, he's just completely running away, not even firing off a single shot on the EasyHoon. He's got that headshot, he's just forced to use it onto the minions instead of EasyHoon because he just doesn't want to get in for these poisons. He realizes that one ultimate could cost him his life and this series. He's in the hole out yet again, not doing too much. Just really rough time here for Wraith in this matchup.
And Wraith specifically is probably just going to want to stay in lane until his teleport comes back up and go back to base and probably grab, I think, 4 Doran's blades would be pretty good. But oh my gosh, EasyHoon. I think with the flash underneath turret, he would have been able to at least force out Wraith's flash, possibly even pick up a kill if he did it quickly enough with a Twin Fang.
Yeah, taking him so low. Fortunately for Wraith, he does have the teleport back up, so he's going to be able to get right back into the lane if need be. Might want to run this one out. No, actually, both TPs going to come out from both of these players right now. They want to get right back in.
But what's interesting for me is that Wraith actually decided to go for triple Dorans, not quad Dorans, and pick up a Null Magic Mantle. It's 100 gold more expensive, just about, but it's going to help a lot of you out this all-in potential that EasyHoon has. But man, EasyHoon just putting on the pressure. It's a little bit too difficult for Wraith to deal with.
Yeah, even with the Null Magic, he is just getting ripped through by EasyHoon, who is still holding onto that Petrifying Gaze, it looks like. And wow, a nice 90 caliber net will just take him to safety, but he is just getting absolutely decimated in these trades, being taken down to about 45% HP. Wraith just not having a good time in this last match of the series.
Yeah, continuing to get hit by those Noxious Blasts too, as Caitlyn, I feel like more so than almost any other champion, you have the ability to avoid that just by staying back and CSing at maximum range. But EasyHoon, once again, playing this matchup very, very aggressively. Not afraid to get within that 650 range, maybe take some harass, but dish out way more damage in return.
Yeah, this is starting to look very grim for Wraith. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to fire back too much in this matchup.
He is about 14 CS down, so unless he closes the gap in CS, all EasyHoon has to do is hit 100 CS and he wins with a 10 CS or greater advantage over his lane opponents. So for Wraith, he is kind of seeing the writing on the wall as this lane continues to get pushed into here. EasyHoon level 9. And what this allows EasyHoon to do, because he knows he's got the game in the bag as long as he just gets CS, is he can afford to, use things like his ultimate, tank turret shots, do crazy stuff, as long as he gets enough CS coming back his way, because 8 CS in the future, EasyHoon wins the game.
Yeah. Have to see if it's going to come down to that CS play, or if somebody's going to be able to make a very aggressive play onto one another here.
Well, that's exactly what we just saw there with the Petrifying Gaze underneath the turret. Wraith forced to flash backwards, actually going to net into EasyHoon, and he's just going to kind of suicide. Or drop down, and the minions, last auto attack. Come on, you can do it. And the Twin Fangs, there we go.
There it is.
An 11-minute and 20-second victory for EasyHoon. We're gonna get the instant replay for action-packed analysis. Wraith going with the standing perfectly still strategy. It's a little bit off meta, but then EasyHoon counters it with a ward drop strategy of his own. It's a little bit like absolutely nothing. I've never seen that quite before, but throwing down the Twin Fangs there at the end and picking up what is a very methodical Game 3 victory versus Wraith.
Yeah, Wraith just, he knew that he wasn't going to be able to close that gap in time, so he says, you know what, I'll have a little bit of fun with it, I'll go into your face and I'll try to do as much damage as possible. Unfortunately for him, and this series just wasn't enough to close it out. So that is a win going over to EasyHoon, who now advances on to the finals for his split. We'll have to see who he faces, because our next match coming up is going to be Kubi from Samsung Galaxy versus OQ from Najin.
That's right, we'll have that matchup coming up in just a little bit. We'll take a brief break in between sets, but see how they decide to split these games. And speaking of splitting, we've actually split my co-caster Achilleos into 2 very a dapper-looking Korean gentleman. Of course, I'm wearing my best dress today, so I hope that hope you guys can appreciate the effort that we put in here to both looking good and sounding good. Of course, if you'd like to leave your feedback for us as far as our casting's concerned, I do hope that you guys will do that by, of course, heading on over to Twitter, tweeting at AchilleosCasts or at RapidCasting. We'd love to hear what you think about today's production of Zubu TV. We'd love to hear what you think about today's broadcast. We are 3/4 of the way through our games, or if you want to count the final playoff games, that would actually make it, I'm not going to count because we've had too many games to count, but we've got one more best of 3 coming your way in the group stage before our final playoff matchup between EasyHoon and OQ versus QV, which will be our last matchup of the night.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty explosive match. Pretty bloodthirsty players coming in, so we'll see what happens when we get to that game.
Alright, we'll be getting into OQ versus QV when we come back with the Solo King. Stick around, we'll be right back after this commercial break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament broadcast here on, at least as far as the group stages are concerned, before we move on to determine which of these players will advance out of the group. It's going to be a matchup between Najin EM Fire's OQ facing off against Samsung's QV.
Yeah, this is really going to be a match of the day, at least for me. As we can see, picks and bans already taken care of. Nothing too surprising coming out in that regard. We actually do see Kalista banned. I think that's the first ban that we've seen for her today. But the Caitlyn Ezreal coming itself a ban this time around. Not too surprising coming out.
And as far as the bans versus OQ, you're going to be seeing a lot of AD carries. Like we talked about, one of the most hyped up AD carries in LCK this season. He's just been having an outstanding performance. And so 3 AD carries banned against him, but you can't ban them all. Gotta ban them all. It's as far as a champion picked in traditional 5v5 competitive play, but it's actually really good in the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this one's going to come, especially against such a hyper-aggressive player with QV's Riven coming into this game. So I feel like this could be very interesting to watch.
We'll see once we get into game. Be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into game number 1, our best of 3 series between Najin EM Fire's OQ and Samsung's QV. Miss Fortune versus a Riven. Finally, we're getting to see a Riven here in
very interesting to see how it's going to unfold. Obviously, Riven going to be at a bit of a disadvantage off the bat just because, that melee versus the range character. So we'll have to see how QV wants to play this one. He does have the Flash Ignite. I suspect that he's going to try to play relatively passively until he can hit that level 6 mark. And then we'll probably see some Flash stun plays coming in, coupled with that Ignite. But we'll have to see what happens and how he wants to play this one out. Meanwhile, as we can see,
we do have QV doing some dances. He's decided to I don't know, do a totem dance around the ward to the gods of League of Legends, hoping for a victory in this 1v1. Now, theoretically, on paper, if you just look at the seasons that both of these players are having, at least so far in LCK, it's been a much better season for OQ. QV, of course, Samsung having occupied the bottom spot in the league for the entire season, but that's considering all 5 players at the same time. Now we just get a chance to watch a 1v1, and in the 1v1, AD carry versus melee traditionally has a much easier job CSing, so that's oftentimes their victory condition. But when you pick Miss Fortune, you're actually looking for a lot of early harass, and you can see there it's actually Valor skilled out at level 1 just to be able to block out that double up harass.
Yeah, very key to avoid that. As you can see, he's QV's working his way in. He's getting a couple CS up. It's not going to be too easy for him, though, as this lane progresses. Won't be too surprised if we see OQ just kind of freeze the lane where it is and just keep pushing him back underneath of his turret like he's doing right now. This is going to be one heck of a match, and it's going to be a really test to QV's skill if he can pull out a win on this one.
Now, as far as freezing a lane goes, there's a couple of schools of thoughts. Now, traditionally, you want to freeze the lane next to your turret so that you can CS while your opposing laner has to overextend. But there's no such thing as overextending here because you don't have to worry about jungle ganks or roams from other lanes coming to kill you. The only issue with overextending would come from things like right now, OQ pushed out very far away from his turret. Not really going to die to ganks, but is very vulnerable to being all in. Specifically, level 3 all in from QV could actually be really dangerous.
Yeah, but with the rate that these double ups are going from the side of OQ, QV might not be able to get into a position to actually get that all in. As we can see, the difference in CS already hitting a significant point, 18-4.
Oh, and here is that level 3 all in we were talking about. QV versus just the 5 that QV has. I mean, Riven all in, yes.
Yeah, the other thing is Riven's very much going to need items and level 6 to get in onto OQ and win this matchup, but without being able to get any kind of CS, it's not going to happen. As you can see, he's just getting fired on every single time he comes into melee range. This is going to be a first back coming in here very soon.
And keep in mind, because of the summoner spell choices, that means that QV is going to take a little bit longer to get back into lane because he doesn't have that teleport. And granted, he is Riven, so with a very mobile skill kit, he'll be able to get back to lane fairly quickly. It's kind of like if you're in Nidalee and you can hop all your way back to lane. But for Miss Fortune, both having the ability to teleport back to lane and to use that strut passive to get a ton of move speed to just run all the way back there if you want to save your TP, that's also an option if you want to go for that. And I think that's actually what OQ is going to do, because he doesn't have to worry about, you know, dropping down behind in CS. He's already ahead almost 20.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple waves of Goofy just farming on his lonesome to get caught up in that regard. So OQ very much in a good spot. He's got a decent foothold in this game already, just under 5 minutes into it. So things are looking up for him in this first set. Of course, this is a best of 3, so if things don't go Kubi's way in this first matchup, he does have potentially 2 more games to swing it back in his favor, but we'll have to see what he decides to do as we move forward here. So you can see he does have the double longsword build coming in currently. OQ opting to go back, get boots and Doran's blade.
And what OQ's doing that's
resting nicely.
What OQ's doing that's so smart, at least right now, is he's using the double up as a threat to force QB to use Valor defense, and use that aggressively to get any sort of trade potential. OQ even going so far as to just push QB all the way back to his turret. And, you know, Miss Fortune's auto attack range isn't something along the order of things like, you know, Ashe or Caitlyn, but it's still, you know, range versus melee matchup, and unless QB wants to go for any sort of crazy all-ins, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Level behind Miss Fortune, just given the huge wave building up and pushing in, so we'll need... He's holding out for that level 6. He finally hit double-digit CS at 16 versus 45. A 30 CS lead for OQ in this matchup.
Yeah, really, really rough time, and just rough to watch here for Kuvi. Like you said, just constantly having to use that shield defensively, not able to get in.
Freezing the wave versus QV. You actually talked about that a little bit earlier. Be able to kill off a decent amount of CS right now. It's going to be about that level 6. If QV can find a trip back to base and via Brutalizer come back in the lane, then he wins the matchup, but that's honestly just never going to happen. So much CS at the turret is all just dying, and there's nothing QV can do about it.
Yeah, using that ultimate right there from OQ to stave him off from getting really most of that CS right there. Really well played. As you can see, he's about to hit level 6 very shortly, and this is going to be where things could potentially change for QB, but still just not looking that great. Trying to get as much CS up as he can.
This is actually kind of a throwback build to, almost stop QV's back. That would have been horrible, but like we said, Brutalizer picked up. He's going to come out of base, back in the lane, and this is pretty much the last-ditch effort. He's level 6 with a Brutalizer. He's as strong comparatively as he's ever going to be. But like I said, this is a little bit of a throwback to like Season 1 Miss Fortune builds, where you'd go like 3 to 4 Doran's blades into a Wriggles lantern, and then build a Last Whisper afterwards to get some cost effectiveness because you bought so many Doran's items. But terrible trade there for QV, who once again level behind OQ, who has gone for basically the most defensive AD carry build you could possibly ask for, with triple Doran's rings, boots to run away, and makes that you know, kiting a little bit more possible, and of course that cloth armor, just to kind of add insult to injury.
Yeah, QV's gonna have to do something very soon if he wants to get back in here. The bullet time not yet up for OQ, so he does have that to his advantage. He's still sitting on his ultimate as well as that ignite. If he could just bait out the double up, not get hit by it, and then maybe engage, he might be able to make something happen. Thought he was gonna do it right there.
Yeah, I thought he was too. He's kind of fainting in and out, but look at this turret. You can see the spectator actually hovering over it right now. This is not looking too great. The minions might just be Winions here for OQ as they continue to push in onto that turret, now down to about 500 HP. There's, oh, even just bullet time thrown out there just to clear out the wave. Even if he misses the cannon minion, I don't think he actually cares. He is 15 CS away. Here's the flash in. Force gonna be forced to flash out, and oh, there's all in from QV. Both summoner spells blown. No kill onto OQ, just forcing the flash away.
Yeah, not even getting him matching OQ right there. And now he's just completely up.
Wait, QV's, I think QV's just gonna give it to him. He's walking forward.
Yeah.
He's looking for it. Might actually just go die to the turret. There it is. The double up. Oh, he shields it. Nice all in there. Might actually look for you know, an escape here, but oh, he gets the bounce off the minions. Winning in style, OQ takes game number 1 versus QV. And of course, we'll get a quick instant replay just to see the bounce off the minions there. Nice angle there, and OQ will be your winner for game number 1.
Yeah, really just tough matchup for QV coming into this one. You know, melee into ranged is just never optimal in almost any situation, unless perhaps it's somebody like Zed that can very easily get in, you know, dodge a lot of engage from that ranged champion, put damage down, and then just kind of jump right back out from a shadow. But with Riven, not necessarily the case. His all-in just was not enough to secure himself that game. But that's why there's another game following up. So we'll have to see if QV can get back in here, maybe have a little bit of a better pick and ban phase for himself this time around, and shut down OQ. But with all of these ADCs available, it's going to be really tough.
It definitely is, specifically because we've seen a predominantly heavy amount of AD carries being played. Just for reasons like that. If you're range versus melee, you have a very abusive early lane phase, which these players are, suffice it to say, good enough to be able to pressure just as hard as we saw OQ do there. OQ, who's probably very experienced in doing lane swap situations and being left solo by his support who goes and roams, might have actually found himself in situations very similar to this you know, in competitive play. And so very well practiced you know, in the range versus melee 1v1. Played it beautifully, had great lane freezes, and in the end, knew he was going to get all-in by Riven, had the flash away, and with no all-in available, it was kind of all she wrote. Incredible ability to CS as well. Put up, I think, a 50 CS lead there towards the end, and now we're going to get in game number 2. So if you guys think OQ can close it out 2-0, go ahead and head on over to Twitter, tweet at AzubuTV using the hashtag TheSoloKing, and if you want to tweet at us as well, certainly appreciate your insights. Coming in here to game number 2, you're going to see a lot of AD carry bans versus OQ, and even a Quinn ban coming out, so anything is possible, Achilles.
Yeah, that one's a little more interesting than the rest of the bans. Quinn, not really somebody that I would expect to see too much of in this tournament. But QV just wanting to play, I guess, precautious and take that one away, but actually firing back with an ADC of his own, he's going to pick up the Vayne.
Alright, well, QV, I guess if you can't beat him, join him. For QV, grabbing the Vayne pickup here is actually kind of interesting because, you know, Vayne is not traditionally the strongest early game AD carry. I feel like that's a safe comment to make. But as far as QV is concerned, you know, he's traditionally a top laner, at least for Samsung this season, and with you know, top laner versus AD carry, you're probably a little bit more well versed, maybe in the 1v1 matchups, but your champion pool may not necessarily be, you know, quite up to par as far as you know, versus AD is. So top laner versus AD carry, and this time OQ, 3 AD carries banned against him, might be looking at Kalista.
It looks like that's what we're gonna see. Is that gonna be fun to lock in? Yes. It is. So we're gonna have our first Kalista of the day. So that is oh man. This is gonna be one heck of a game. So Vayne, somebody that we don't see too terribly often, you know, before we get these major items built in.
Well, it's the reason I mentioned the Vayne pick being kind of interesting for QV is that out of the 13 champions that he has played in Champions this season, only 3 of those champions have been ranged. So the ability to kill creeps at range, I don't know, maybe something that QV finds somewhat elusive, and specifically versus OQ, who will be playing Kalista this game. You know, her ultimate, because there's no second champion. You can't use her passive because there's no second champion, or the passive on her Banshee, so you don't get extra bonus damage off of comboing your auto attacks with your support. So there's 2 skills that just don't do anything. And then you realize that the other 2 skills actually do an incredible amount, and more importantly, it's the passive that's so impactful. Martial Cadence, just using that to kite all over everything. It's a great way to get in, get out, and just have such a huge presence in lane early on. Not to mention that Rend gives you incredibly strong last hitting abilities too, so looking to put up those high CS numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you also mentioned that Vayne would have a little bit of a rough time. Not too much, you know, walls to really use Condemn into against this Kalista. So positionally, Vayne at a disadvantage here as well.
Taking a look at the runes and masteries here, you can see masteries for QV. I'm not exactly sure what he has named those, but it's 2190, so fairly standard, no extra mana regen, but you don't necessarily need that on Vayne. He's decided to put 1 point in Warlord as well as points into Spell Weaving and Blade Weaving, so definitely the more common mastery setup, but let's take a look at his rune page. He's got 1.5%, I want to say that's lifesteal, as well as additional armor and AD. But that's kind of a strange rune page to be running. Traditionally, you'd see AD carries with a lot more attack speed. Specifically, he's going to be running a Vayne, but this is actually going to show us OQ's rune page. And I don't know why he's necessarily foregoing so much attack speed.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if that was indeed lifesteal off of these.
Well, it's 1.5 something, so if he's put 1.5% move speed in his rune page, then I'd be a little bit surprised.
That certainly would be a bit crazy. We'll have to see. I don't know. This, I think this is now becoming my favorite matchup, at least between the 2 characters. It's a bit more of an even matchup between these 2, sort of more along the lines of the Cassiopeia Annie that we saw before. So now we have that double AD ranged going on, so we'll have to see what's going to happen. Like I said, I do think that at base, Kalista had a bit of an advantage, as long as he can manage the Rend
now,
quite well.
I do want to drop one little bit of clarification. While traditionally you're not allowed to interact with anything else, we'll actually talk about that once we get into games. So stick around. Be right back with game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 Korean tournament here, featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilles, and getting in here to game reserved for the loser of this match. Similar to most skill builds, putting 2 points into Q makes you cry a lot. So we'll see if when we get into this game, Kalista versus Vayne, AD carry versus top laner, but of course they're both playing AD carries here today. What I was mentioning about Kalista is that you can actually use your Spirit of Soulbind to whoever you want, because it actually doesn't give you any combat effectiveness, and being down an item slot is actually a huge disadvantage. So you can get rid of that spear if you want to, but at least for right now, I want to see how QV plays this matchup, because he is playing Vayne into Kalista, already a little bit difficult, and he's starting Doran's Shield and Health Potion versus the Doran's Blade and Health Potion that OQ has.
Yeah, that's a very interesting decision going with the Doran Shield. He's just trying to mitigate as much as he possibly can off of those auto attacks, as well as get that passive regen in. But I don't know that it's going to help him too much once OQ starts using Rend to its full potential. The more spears that he stacks in to QV, the more damage he's going to deal with that E ability. So it's going to be very just tough, I suppose, for QV coming into this matchup.
And keep in mind, there is going to be a little bit of a power spike for Vayne, though. When she hits level 6, not only will she get an ultimate, whereas Kalista, well, really won't. Shouldn't see OQ put any points into that, just because it's actually completely useless. But for QV, that will actually represent a lot of, a significant increase in damage if he's able to, you know, maybe get pushed in close enough to his turret that he's able to use that Night Hunter passive, which does get doubled up when you ult to be able to close the distance here. But the kite ability for OQ should be more than enough to keep himself away from QV and just stay safe and farm it out.
A very fair point. It's going to come down to a lot of positional awareness for the side of QV, knowing when he can get a condemn off that's actually going to net him a stun onto OQ, and then being able to capitalize on top of that. Like you said, probably not going to see too much of that able to happen until he hits that level 6 mark and can abuse his ultimate with the invis that he gets off of the tumble to just kind of, you know, masterfully place himself.
Another difficulty is, though, that, like you were mentioning about the condemn, traditionally, like, you play Vayne in a side lane, you either, you know, go bottom lane as a duo or lane swap top. And the reason that side lane Vayne is much better than mid lane is because you do have that, you know, the wall that's relatively...
Able to find that third hit from the silver bolts would have evened out that trade just a bit more. But
oh no, QV is actually dead here. There's the flash in though, but the Rend to pick up the second kill. OQ with a 2-0 victory over QV. We're gonna get a quick instant replay to watch this in action. QV tumbling forward, something that as an AD carry is always somewhat difficult to justify, but with a flashback in immediately afterwards, QV for some reason not flashing straight backwards, maybe trying to dodge a Pierce coming his way. It's a 2-0 victory for OQ over QV, and that will knock QV out of the Solo King tournament and advance OQ to the finals of this group stage bracket. And I believe he will be facing off against the winner of our previous series, Easyhoon.
Yeah, so that is going to be one heck of a game. Yet again, we have SKT in a finals match. So we'll have to see who it's going to come down to, you know, moving on in the tournament, whether Easyhoon can pull it out for his team and continue onward, or whether OQ is going to move forward and bring glory to the Najin Empire name. We'll have to see what happens when we reach that game, though.
Yeah, I'm actually extremely excited to watch this. Easyhoon versus OQ. We've got one of the best, if not the best, mid laner in LCK this season versus OQ, who is arguably the best AD carry. Both of them very strong, or a very strong champion pool as far as 1v1s go, so you're not going to see it be a little bit more limited like QV's may have been, primarily prioritizing those melee champions, which aren't necessarily great, at least as far as 1v1 tournaments are concerned. So you did have a few other options than going the Doran Shield Exhaust Vayne. I don't feel like that was particularly effective, or maybe it was just that OQ's AD carry skills were super effective and able to you know, cover up that type disadvantage. Maybe top laner is weak against AD carry. I don't know if it's quite that analogous, but that's going to do it for our final best of 3 of the night as far as the semifinals are concerned. We're going to move on to the finals of the second group in Group C. See whether or not Easyhoon has what it takes to take out OQ, or if OQ can, I believe, join, I want to say there's another Najin player who had made it to a final. Yeah, it was Pure, who 2-1 to Pilot in the in Group A to advance to the final. So there's already one Najin Empire player in the final, or in the playoffs. We'll see if OQ can join him, or if we're going to see another SK Telecom player to join Faker. And what a matchup it would be if Easyhoon wins this finals and advances to the playoffs. versus Faker. We could see Faker versus EasyHoon in a battle of the SKT mid laners.
Well, personal biases aside, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, I kind of do want to see that matchup personally, but who knows? It'd be equally as exciting to see OQ move on as well and see that OQ versus Faker matchup be the mid versus the ADC.
And here we go. We're going to get right on to it. OQ versus EasyHoon. Champion picks and bans already underway. You can see the bans right there on your screen. Xerath, Azir, and Cassiopeia. All 3 mid lane bans versus EasyHoon. Of course, EasyHoon doing it right back. 380 carry bans versus OQ.
Yeah, mad respect being shown from these players for each other's abilities. Not surprising, the MF being taken away. He had a good showing on that in the first game. So unsurprising. Now the stage is set for OQ. We'll have to see what he decides to go with his first pick in this best of 3 series. The pressure is on.
So as far as 80 carries that they can go with, Lucian, a carry that I would have expected OQ to be a little bit more ready to just straight up pick up. But as far as the champion pool that he's been able to bring out this season in in Champions, it's been primarily Sivir Trist. He's played, I think, 3 games apiece on those. And while he doesn't have 100% win ratios by any means, it's more likely that he would be going with a lane-dominant AD carry. We have seen Sivers be, I guess, kind of effective, but specifically with OQ taking Lucian away from EasyHoon, I want to see what AP pick he decides to go versus this AD carry. I mean, he could always go for something like a Sivir to push it in, but more likely than not, he's going to go for either an all-in or heavy harass-based mid laner.
Yeah, the Ezreal is still on the table. We have seen a lot of mid Ezreal coming out. Faker himself plays it a good deal and to very good effect as well. So that would be, you know, that heavy harass mid laner that he could pull out. Looks like right now he is hovering over top of the Annie. We have seen this quite a bit today. So it wouldn't be too surprising if he decides to go with this one. Just see a few scant seconds left. Looks like he's not going to change it up too much. And that will be the Annie pick here. So we have ourselves a Lucian versus Annie for this first match.
Alright, now Annie into 80 carries isn't necessarily that bad of a matchup, just because she does have very comparable auto attack range, 625. I think it's the longest auto attack range next to Caitlyn's, but it allows you to at least CS with auto attacks if the need arises. But more likely than anything, what's going to be the devastating part to this matchup is the ability to spam out Qs. The incinerates from EasyHoon is just going to be difficult to deal with unless Lucian can have enough sustain. And so we might even see something like Null Magic Mantles start to come out for OQ, just to make sure that he doesn't get all in and die instantly once Annie hits level 6.
Yeah, he's also going to have to be very careful and choose when he wants to go in onto EasyHoon, just because of that Molten Shield, which can fire back a good amount of magic damage onto the attackers. So he's going to have to be playing, you know, around that as well, making sure that he's not just killing himself while he's trying to harass.
So that's going to do it for champion picks here. I like OQ's Lucian a lot more. Not only is he an 80 carry player, but he's playing one of the best champions as far as this entire tournament's been. When it comes to 80 carries, it doesn't get much better than Lucian, given the fact that, you know, Caitlyn was banned. And OQ going with this, essentially he's just going to Piercing Light, Light Slinger passive, the wave, kill the minions more quickly than his opponent, and should be good enough. But versus Annie, there's always a few tricks up EasyHoon's sleeves. One of the best 80 carries in Champions this season versus one of the best mid laners. It's going to be an exciting match to watch.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to happen. I'm sure that EasyHoon has got his teammates standing behind him, helping him along the way.
It's like the entire Najin house is behind OQ, and all of SKT is behind EasyHoon, and I was just like, you know, giving him pats on the back when he does something good. It's like, yeah, you got that CS. Way to go. But that's going to be
Right.
exciting to watch. And I don't know, which player do you give the edge to? Of course, given now that we can see the rune pages out there.
Yeah, we'll have to take a quick glance at this before I, completely rule in on which I think is going to have the upper hand here. Taking a look. Dunes and Masteries. 21-9-0. Same stuff that we've been seeing all day. Fairly standard coming in here. Evolution. Nothing too shocking or different.
I'm actually really excited to see what Easy Hoon's running. It looks like 2109 actually. The pick there. He's put 2 points into extra attack speed. Interestingly enough, that means that he's foregoing points in things like blade weaving, as well as the extra percentage damage increase to both damage dealt and taken up there in the first tier of the offense tree. So pointed to Spellblade as well, so he's going to be dealing a little bit more damage as he stacks up AP. But more importantly, he's going to get both mana and HP regen off the utility tree too. So really like the runes and mastery setup for Easy Hoon, but once again, it's going to depend on playstyle. And while his playstyle has been very, very aggressive, he's playing Annie versus Lucian, one of the best AD carries as far as aggressiveness is concerned in the early lane phase. So it's going to be OQ taking on Easy Hoon, one of the most exciting matchups of the night. SK Telecom versus Najin, as far as their teams are concerned. And well, when it comes down to it, one of these champions, one of these players will be victorious and advance to the Solo King playoffs. One of them will not. We'll see which one it is when we get into game. We have that game coming your way here in just a second. Once again, the Solo King on Azubu TV.
Satisfy my soul. Give me all I gotta give. Give it all, make me wanna live. Give me everything to satisfy my soul.
Well, I certainly hope your souls are satisfied, and do want to welcome you to our final best of 3 of the night. The final to determine which player will advance to the playoff bracket. It's OQ versus Easy Hoon. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilles, and we're getting into our last best of 3 of the day. Lucian versus Annie. Who's got the advantage? Not sure, but with very similar item starts across the board.
Yep, the Crystalline Flask, the staple item so far, and of course, followed up with those staple summoner abilities, we do have the Flash Teleport coming out for both of our players right here, OQ and Easy Hoon. I kind of want to give this one over to OQ, just because of the pretty dominating performance that he's shown so far in that last match up, but Easy Hoon is a force to be reckoned with. And of course, he is very well versed in Annie, so we cannot count him out whatsoever. This is going to be an entire matchup of raw skill.
Yeah, and for at least the champion matchup, or the player matchup, let's start with that. OQ has been able to accrue the largest CS lead of any player in this tournament. So his ability to both control the wave and put it in positions where he can CS, as well as just hitting the CS in general, both things that he's done very, very well. Whereas Easy Hoon, with more and more aggressive play, things that OQ has not had to deal with so far in this tournament. We'll see if that is what turns it around. Waiting in base, Easy Hoon will be getting an extra potion, whereas OQ choosing to forgo the extra HP and just get into lane more quickly to start shoving the wave.
Fairly unsurprising coming from Lucian. He wants to just get in here and start damaging this wave and push it up as quickly as possible, get all these minions in as fast as he possibly can. You can see Easy Hoon now joining his opponent in the lane. So far, just going to go ahead and stick with standard farming. No, actually, I take that back. I was about to say no real aggressive play coming out. You can see that Piercing Light coming through. Already chunking down Easy Hoon pretty well. But the match is still young yet. Easy Hoon really relying on this Disintegrates to pick up the CS here.
Continuing to just try to harass OQ, but with the level advantage now evened up. both players hitting level 2. EasyHoon is forced into a difficult position where he's forced to use his mana and his spells on CSing underneath turret, and that actually prevents him from going too aggressively onto OQ.
Yeah, as we can see, OQ really just firing back. Nice piercing light with the dash, gets his auto attacks off, and takes EasyHoon down below 50% HP. He's now got that Crystalline Flask running full time, trying to get himself back up here.
With EasyHoon continuing to take these piercing lights through the minion wave, it's not a big mystery where you're going to take Lucian damage from. So, wow, second one in a row there to hit EasyHoon is dropping down a lot lower in HP than he would have liked. He did start off with those biscuits coming his way, so he will at least have that sustained.
Yeah, yet another one coming out. He is just getting chunked down. Really questionable just positional awareness coming in from EasyHoon. Basically handing this harass over to him.
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to getting chunked up. I was wondering what that would look like. Just kidding, not actually wondering. So if you got some insight about that, don't let me know. But as far as the game is concerned, EasyHoon, with a difficult time underneath his turret, CSing hasn't really been able to put on that much aggression, and for the majority of this lane phase, we'll just be trying to get as much CS as possible before heading back to base, buying some AP, and then trying to one-shot OQ at level 6.
Yeah, so far, nice little lead for OQ. He's got himself up by about 8 CS. Not too substantially yet, but combined with the harass that he's getting off onto EasyHoon, which is just unrelenting, it's really setting the stage for how this match could really just end up going in his favor. EasyHoon just burning through all of his charges on that Crystalline Flask now. He'll be relying on that biscuit that he's got to keep himself up from this point forth. But mana, he is otherwise out of luck with. Just gonna have to rely on his base regen from this point forward.
Now, keep in mind, in the head-to-head matchup between these two teams over the course of this regular season of Champions, it's actually a 1-0 victory for SKT. So EasyHoon would have been in a similar situation in which he beats OQ, at least in Champions. But as far as the 1v1's concerned, maybe OQ looking for a little bit of revenge and playing this lane phase very, very well, both aggressively enough to get a 10 CS lead over EasyHoon, but also not really put himself in any risk at all.
Yeah, now all he's got to do is hit that 100 CS mark and he'll win the game. It's as simple as that.
A little bit easier said than done, Achilleos. So definitely, a good formula. We'll see if he can plug the right numbers into it. And to be honest, he's most likely going to go back to base and buy at least double Doran's blades. But if he waits long enough, picking up a Null Magic Mantle would not be a terrible idea.
Yeah, the longer this goes, the more kill potential EasyHoon's going to get for himself. So far, relatively weak. The Crystalline Flask doesn't do anything for his aggressiveness on this Annie. So the more AP that he can get, the better things are going to be for him.
Oh, level 6 hit there. Ooh. Immediate culling to come out.
Nice stun counter, though. However, he does take a bit damage fired back from OQ. But gets the ultimate down. And he gets the recall out as he hits level 6. So that's going to be very helpful for him. I'm sure we'll see a back right after this wave is cleared out by EasyHoon. And he'll be able to pick up some items of his own. As you can see, triple Doran's Blade coming in for OQ. So nothing too surprising here. He's just going for that that tanky sustain build, as we've been seeing consistently throughout the tournament. And they're just firing right back. The triple Doran's Ring as well coming in from EasyHoon. TP's right back into lane. OQ hanging on to his, however, he opting to walk on back in.
Alright, well there's the all-in. Mr. Tibbers coming down. There's no culling there for OQ, but a bunch of damage from EasyHoon's all-in. Takes OQ down below half HP. Will it force him back to base, though? He's still got teleport available, too, so OQ can get back to lane whenever he wants to. Not really going to be all that negatively affected here. And trying to deny Tibbers to turret. There it is, EasyHoon. Just making sure he doesn't give up any extra CS.
Yeah, that 50 gold could be a pretty decent swing if he gives that over, so good on him to just make sure that that does not fall into the wrong hands here. But very nice showing of damage after just the first back. But OQ making the best out of a bad situation. Gets EasyHoon chunked down a good bit. And he's forcing out the Crystalline Flask stacks here.
Now, as far as ultimates are concerned, EasyHoon's Mr. Tibbers completely destroys OQ's culling. At the very least, EasyHoon can drop Tibbers to just tank the entire culling. And at the worst, you can cancel the culling, deal tons of damage, and just kill the guy. But now sustained fully back up to full HP. EasyHoon will have another culling coming his way. A full culling being channeled out there. Just he's gonna flash through the turret. He's taking up the turret shots. He actually doesn't take turret aggro because EasyHoon had moved too far out of the turret. Wow. Wait, just hit him. Just hit him. You can. Wait, what?
He is so low. I don't understand.
I'm pretty sure OQ had kill potential there onto EasyHoon, but he didn't want.
Absolutely did.
He didn't want to auto attack, get stunned, and then lose to being stunned underneath turret. So I can kind of respect not going for the all-in underneath the turret there, because there will be other opportunities. It's not like he's going to miss any of them. Now that he is almost 20 CS ahead, I think just cresting that 15 mark right now.
Yeah, but wow, what an opportunity still missed. Cautious play is always the best play in most situations, but definitely a kill that could have gotten picked by
There's
OQ,
Mr. Tibbers coming out again. Keep in mind, with the new changes, Mr. Tibbers both gets a Molten Shield and has 300 extra move speed when it's on, so definitely gonna call that guy sir. But with OQ having sustained through every single all-in so far, he's got triple Doran's blades, and the CS just, it's a CS sustain, get himself back into the game.
Yeah, he is up over that 10 mark. We're over 75 CS for OQ, so he's encroaching on that. Oh, nice engage coming out. Good amount of harass. This could finally force it back for OQ. He does still have the TP that he's resting on. EasyHoon's is almost back up. Still a little bit more time on it. Might be forced to go back himself as he's being taken very low. Piercing lights just ripping right through Annie. No, he's just gonna go ahead and stick around, but there's the recall. We'll have to see if he decides to go back to use the teleport back.
Oh
yes,
no, Rico! Wait, what?
Ooh.
Oh my. Okay, well, EasyHoon gets kind of caught with his hand in the cookie jar, too far away from his turret.
Yeah, wow, just caught out, just right in the middle of the lane. Yeah. Nice dash forward, and nothing he can do to really get away from that. No flash up. No stun available.
Yeah, and, born too late to make it to his turret. Just in time to stand still and, kind of browse the minion wave as OQ will take down game number 1 versus EasyHoon. And honestly, I could see either one of these players doing very, very well in the playoff bracket once we finally get there, but only one will advance. And in this best of 3 format, that means that next game coming up is game point for OQ. Which means that if he wins that game, he will advance, and unfortunately, EasyHoon will be eliminated.
We'll have to see what happens in this next set. I take it that we're gonna just see more ADC bans coming up. Maybe he'll switch up which ones he's trying to take away from OQ, but we'll have to see what EasyHoon wants to do.
Yeah, a lot of AD carry is actually very, very strong in the early games, so I don't know why you would just pick one. Primarily for EasyHoon, I feel like it's because he thinks that he's strong enough on these ability power champions to be able to win the matchup enough with early pressure, but I don't like the Annie pick necessarily because Lucian was able to play like very, very safely against it, go back to base whenever he needed to, and coming in here now to game number 2, you can already see EasyHoon with that Lucian Caitlyn ban.
Yeah, very not surprising. I think we've seen a fireback ban in just about every single game where somebody has lost. They've immediately banned the champion out that they lost to.
What's that? You won a game as a champion? Whoops, never gonna play it again.
But this last ban, he's really got to be careful with it. We might see the MF being taken away this time. Actually, no, Zed is going to be taken out. So that MF is available for OQ this time. Syndra being picked up, however, for EasyHoon. And there's the MF pickup.
So EasyHoon has not played Syndra this season, to my knowledge. I think he has a total of 6 games with or at least at the point where the stats were given to me, he had 6 games with none of them being Syndra, and I haven't actually watched his most recent games, so I'm not sure if he has actually pulled that out. But for OQ, I can A, promise you he hasn't played Misfortune, but B, going with a very, very aggressive champion who I can promise you is going to have more Doran's blades than Syndra knows what to do with. I don't know, EasyHoon is going to have his job cut out for him, but it's going to be a great matchup to watch. A very lane-dominant AD carry versus, Syndra, one of the best mid laners when it comes to, just dominating your lane.
Yeah, the all-in potential come level 6 is going to be absolutely in favor of EasyHoon unless OQ can get stacked with, 4 Doran's blades yet again and just have enough HP to eat that ultimate coming out from EasyHoon. But this is going to be one heck of a matchup. If he gets locked up by the stun, it could be good night, and we might have a game 3.
And of course, you can use the stun offensively and defensively to cancel bullet time from Misfortune too. So you're never gonna die to an ultimate from Misfortune as long as you have Scatter the Weak up. And as far as Misfortune goes, you're never going to die to EasyHoon as long as you keep your health around above half. Doran's blades and maybe a null magic mantle in there. We've seen OQ buy defensive items before, so I wouldn't put it past them to pick up one of those, just knowing how aggressive EasyHoon has been playing.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty explosive game, I think. It's really going to come down to EasyHoon's placement, if he can dodge the double ups, make sure that those aren't going onto him, but instead onto his minions. Same goes for OQ, though. As long as he can dodge the Scatter the Weak, then he should be in good shape. But this is certainly going to be one heck of a potentially final game, I should say. It's not yet over. It's not over until it's over.
Exactly. We have at least one more game coming your way if EasyHoon is able to even up this best of 3. It'll take us to a game number 3, which will be blind pick. So no bans, can't see the opposing champion. You just get to pick what you think will be strongest. So for EasyHoon, that would probably be something along the lines of his Xerath, which has been the champion he's played most.
Yeah, it's also been being banned out against him very consistently.
Yeah, never gonna let him have that champion. And as far as OQ is concerned, he would probably go with either Caitlyn or Lucian as just incredibly strong safe picks.
Yeah, but we will have to see if we even get to reach that point, as EasyHoon still has to make a comeback in this match, so we'll have to see if that is at all possible for him. And he's gonna go ahead and get eliminated.
Yeah, keep in mind, Faker actually won his final qualifying series 2-0 versus his matchup, which I believe was Kane. That's right, he 2-0'd Kane in the finals of his group stage and advanced on to the playoffs. So any less than EasyHoon means Faker's starting on SK. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm just saying, if EasyHoon gets eliminated here by OQ, that means that Faker will be the sole surviving SK Telecom mid laner left representing his team in the Solo King tournament. So a lot on the line here as far as pride's concerned, but you never want to get eliminated quite this early on, and specifically by OQ, a team that SK Telecom has beat previously in Champions this season. So looking to see if EasyHoon can continue the tradition.
Well, like you said, pressure is certainly on. There's a lot on the line. Nobody wants to go home this early. We need to at least make it into that top 16 spot and then progress from there, but we'll have to see what is going to happen when these guys explode onto the rift.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 Korean tournament, of course, featuring your favorite players, teams, and champions from the Season of Champions. all broadcast right here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're jumping into what could be our last game of the night. It's OQ. One game up versus EasyHoon takes Miss Fortune to the Rift versus EasyHoon's Syndra.
Yeah, we did see Miss Fortune played earlier. Had a very crushing performance against the Riven. Granted, a little bit of an easier matchup for OQ in that regard. Versus Melee. Gonna have a little bit more of a challenge against EasyHoon's Syndra, but we'll have to see what EasyHoon's able to pull out here. Did have a relatively crushing performance against his Lucian in that last match. Just really playing to the piercing light through the minions, just ripping through EasyHoon's Annie. So we'll have to see if he's able to do the same with his double up on Miss Fortune this time around. As we can see, both of them, yet again, flash teleport coming in. Nothing terribly aggressive, which is a little bit surprising considering the Syndra pick. Sometimes, you know, you want to get that ignite off with the unleashed power. Not quite this time around, and both of them also going for the crystalline flasks yet again.
Yeah, and you shouldn't see any deviation from the start, particularly between these two players. It's going to be a little bit more of an aggressive playstyle by OQ, but at the same time, EasyHoon has been playing that aggro lane phase this entire tournament. So it's going to be awesome to watch AP versus AD, mid laner versus AD carry, SKT versus Najin EM Fire, and already you can see OQ starting to shove the wave.
Yep, just getting right into it, just trying to push this down as quickly and efficiently as possible. EasyHoon not gonna have too much pressure, only able to throw out the dark spheres for now. Not gonna be able to do too much until he hits that like level 3, level 4 point. And then of course at level 6 he's gonna explode once he gets that unleashed power. So OQ kind of playing with a little bit of a time bomb with EasyHoon's Syndra right now.
And you can just see how effective OQ's Miss Fortune is at shoving this wave early on. Even double ups underneath the turret, there's just not a whole lot EasyHoon can do, given the fact that while he's busy trying to harass, he has to hit the minion wave too. And so wisely enough, OQ actually not standing in the minion wave, so that the spells that EasyHoon uses are either forced to hit just the minions, or or him, and let the minion wave push in. So forcing some difficult decisions here from EasyHoon, but neither laner actually put that far behind by the other's decisions.
Yeah, just a little bit of a CS disparity so far, but nothing too significant. We're not going to see, I don't think that we'll see this game end in a CS difference. I'd be very surprised.
That now. Never know.
This is true. I don't know. These two, I feel like they're gonna hit 6 and they're going to go into hyper aggressive mode, and it's just gonna become completely explosive. And we're gonna see there's just some really cutthroat play coming out from these guys. But I've been wrong before. We'll have to see what happens between these two players. As we can see, EasyHoon is taking a bit of harass. He's trying to fire back here onto OQ, but just not quite able to find the damage just yet. OQ just doing a really good job of managing the wave and consistently pushing EasyHoon back into his tower, forcing him to CS underneath of it, which is just not the easiest for a Syndra.
Now, specifically for EasyHoon, he's gonna drop down in CS. He's about down by 10 right now, and so while that's obviously bad, all he has to do is just keep his CS decently in the same area as OQ, so that OQ won't be able to spend that gold on just straight up defensive items when he goes back to base, like Doran's Blade, maybe a Null Magic Mantle. You get the idea. For EasyHoon, he's gonna look to spam out Dark Spheres on the wave, and then maybe a long-range Scatter the Weak stun into ulti combo for the win. But hasn't been able to land that stun, is dropping low on mana, so does have his work cut out for him as this lane continues.
Yeah, that's the other thing you have to be very cautious about with Syndra is her mana. She has very high cost spells, especially early, and without being able to get a blue buff from a supporting jungler, it's gonna be a little bit of a rough time.
Double up hitting there through the minion wave too. You can just see how much damage that deals. And OQ, more importantly, wow, so good at hitting these double ups. It's the second one in a row that's landed there. EasyHoon not saving enough minions to hit them. or to at least allow them to be absorbed.
Yeah, yet again, it's just looking like a bit of, you know, misplay as far as positional awareness goes from EasyHoon. Last match, we did see him getting ripped through by the Piercing Light through his own minions, and now the double ups are just absolutely doing work to him. So just questionable positioning coming out from him in this matchup. You can see he's trying to fire back a little bit, but his Dark Sphere is just not doing nearly as much damage as that double up is.
Yeah, you can just see OQ definitely knows his stuff when it comes to AD carries. The harass patterns are completely on point, either using the double up to harass at very long range, or just, you know, saving it for the auto attack reset, putting out additional damage. Now, first ultimate being used, there's bullet time. I mean, not used necessarily optimally to deal damage to EasyHoon, but it was really just about clearing out the wave and getting that peace of mind on your first trip back to base.
Yeah, it just alleviates a lot of pressure. He doesn't have to worry about his turret getting pushed too hard, and that's just going to keep EasyHoon contained in his own little spot there. So just really just kind of, I suspect that we're going to see OQ using that bullet time on cooldown for the most part, unless of course he does have a really fantastic setup to get himself a kill. But with bullet time, that's a little bit rare. But as we can see with their first backs, EasyHoon picking up the triple Doran's Ring, and of course mirroring him from the AD side, the triple Doran's Blade coming in for OQ. TP's being burned out by both sides, so we won't be seeing those for another minute, 2 minutes or so here. And now we go right back to farming.
Yay, farming! The most exciting part of the 1v1. But to be fair, now that we've hit level 6, things should heat up just a little bit. EasyHoon does have his ultimate available, but with OQ staying relatively safe, there shouldn't be too drastic of an all-in attempt coming out here. And as OQ does push the wave away from his turret, we'll see if he's able to you know, push it into EasyHoon's or take too much harass to really deal with. Now, there's the all-in there. A couple more Qs, the Dark Spears, but look at that double up damage. EasyHoon, as well as those impure shots, man, taking down around 200 HP. Look at the health to sustain, the lifesteal there for OQ, really coming into play, allowing him to heal up after EasyHoon's all in.
Yeah, just chugging those potions and crystalline flasks right now, trying to get back up to a safe spot. Nice counter aggression coming in from OQ, firing back very strong here. He's not going to go down without a fight. It's really going to come down to how well he can juke out these Dark Spheres. There's the bullet time. Not able to really find too much damage in on EasyHoon, however, but he will force him back underneath of his turret as it goes back to farming now. It's about 60 CS to 73. So OQ with a decent lead here.
Looking for the stun there. Is going to land it. Keep in mind, bullet time and of course scatter the weak, they're not going to be up there for a while, or unleashed power rather. It's going to be a no ulti game, at least for the time being, which means, I think you know what that means, Achilleos. It's all about that CS and possibly the base as well.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. As we can see now, Q going back yet again. 75 to about 67 CS here coming in. So the gap's not too huge, but we are getting ever closer to that 100 CS mark. And this is when things start getting scary. OQ using the strut to try to get back to lane.
That they do, and that is a big advantage to playing Miss Fortune. When you go back to base, you can get back into lane, specifically mid lane, because it's a shorter lane overall. You can just get back there so quickly. You don't even have to use teleport. When you do use TP, you get back essentially instantly. But look at this, a blasting wand for EasyHoon. He is going to have so much damage when he comes back into lane versus just the quad Dorans and boots picked up for OQ. So to compare itemization, there's one less Doran's item for EasyHoon, but OQ has boots in place of the blasting wand equivalent.
Yeah, as we can see, though, OQ possibly recalling already yet again. Comes back in, gets a little bit of CS, takes himself up to 86. Won't be too difficult for EasyHoon to catch back up to that, especially if OQ wants to go ahead and recall again. I think he's having a little bit of indecision. Decides to stick around. Doesn't want to give EasyHoon too easy of a time getting his CS back up. He's got to be very careful now that this blasting wand is on EasyHoon. One rotation, he could drop very, very low. We'll have to see what happens. Double up still chunking out very nicely, though.
Definitely something to keep an eye on as far as the CS goes, because when we get closer and closer to this 100 CS mark, that's where we're going right now, and there isn't quite that 10 CS lead that you need to win the game, but we are definitely closing the gap. Now, another thing that we might see as a win condition is this turret damage. Easyhoon putting it on, taking OQ's turret down below half HP, so OQ will have to be kind of wary about that turret getting pushed a little bit too much. And there it is, just ulting the wave to keep it off. Full clears the wave, grabs that extra CS, and oh, I think he's 10 CS up.
10 CS up, yep. Wow.
Just off the bullet time. It's OQ with a 2-0 victory over Easyhoon.
See, it's, I'm cursed apparently, because I said we weren't going to see this come down to a CS thing, and it's exactly what happened.
That's what you get. You can never predict the Solo King. That's why I have to have a tournament to decide who it is overall. And that means that we have the second SK Telecom T1 member eliminated on the day. Of course, first one was Wolf, who was eliminated by Bengi earlier on. So at least it was an SKT versus SKT, but that means that your winner for Group C2 will be OQ, and he will join, I believe it is Pure, as the second member of the Najin organization, who will advance out of the group stages to the playoffs. So overall today we've seen Bengi and OQ advance, and that means that we just have one more set of group stages left to go.
Yeah, we are almost into, close to the finals here, which is going to be where the action really starts heating up. The bracket, you guys can find on at lolesportspedia.com. Keep it up to date, and you can check out the future matches coming up once we get into that final 16 stage. But yeah, some crazy games today, some crazy picks. What would you have to say would be your favorite pick that we saw today?
I like the Mordekaiser. It was pretty great. We also saw a really cool heavy farm, very defensive start by, I want to say that was Wolf versus Frozen. He played Shogath and Scion.
Yeah, that AP Scion was very interesting. Nice little throwback with that AP Scion, but man, yeah, some crazy games. I still kind of have to give it over to the Urgot, I think. It's always great seeing the Urgot.
Okay, a lot of good picks, but I think we're actually about to throw it over to a quick interview with OQ. So we should get OQ on the line here in just a second. So stick around, we'll have OQ, a quick interview with him. We'll be in Korean and do our best to translate if we can, but barring that, enjoy the interview with OQ, and then we'll be right back to close out the show.
네, 안녕하세요.
소리가 조금 잘 안 들리는데 큰 목소리 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
아, 네.
네. 그리고 오큐 선수 인터뷰 할 때 부탁이 있는데 네,
네.
아니요 이 외에도 좀 많이 목소리 좀 들려주시길 부탁 좀 드릴게요.
네.
자, 일단 먼저 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 일단은 그 나즈네 퓨어 선수와 함께 11강에 진출을 하게 되었는데 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
이지훈 선수가 워낙 미드를 잘 하시니까
네.
그냥 별로 올라갈 생각 없었는데 막상 올라가니까 기분 괜찮은 것 같아요.
기분 괜찮으시고. 근데
네.
저희 해설진들이 일단 그 옥규 선수의 플레이를 봤을 때 이거는 철저하게 영리하게 준비해온 것 같은 느낌이 받았다라고 해설진들이 해설을 했거든요. 혹시
네.
준비를 좀 하셨나요?
룰 세팅만 해놓고 딱 한 판 했어요. 퓨어 형이랑.
퓨어 선수랑 한 판만 했는데 이 정도 했다. 본인 실력을 지금 자랑하고 계신 거죠?
일단 퓨어
아니요,
선수랑
딱히-
도움이 많이 됐네요.
네?
네네, 말씀하시죠. 네네네.
말씀하세요.
네.
네. 딱히 연습을 안 했어요.
딱히 연습은 안 했는데 이 정도의 실력이다?
네.
퓨어 선수가 어떤 도움을 좀 줬던가요?
그냥 서로 도움 되는 것 같아요.
서로 연습을 하면서 도움이 됐다. 사실 그 많은 팬 여러분들께서 워낙에 또 원딜이신 옥교 선수라 라인전이라던가 이런 관리라던가 CS를 먹는 거를 굉장히 잘 할 거다라는 걸 예상을 해볼 수 있었는데 어쨌든 오늘의 경기 CS를 통해서 좀 승리를 많이 가지고 가셨는데 다음 12강 이후의 경기는 좀 확 피지컬을 좀 보여줄 생각이 있으신가요?
아, 잘 모르겠어요, 영리한지. 그거 그냥 라인 밀고 집 가려고 한 건데 CS가 갑자기 10개 이상 지났다고 말해줘서 뒤에 팀원이 그래갖고
네.
보니까 10개 이상 지나갖고 갑자기 이겼어요.
어린
딱히
우절잼. 자기도 몰랐다.
네,
나도 이길지 몰랐다.
제가 물약이 없어가지고 엄청 위험한 상황이었고 그냥 밀고 집 간다는 게
네.
갑자기 게임이 이겨져 버려가지고 그냥 집 가려고 빈 건데 깜짝 놀랐어요.
옥규 선수가 봤을 때 퓨어 선수 어디까지 올라갈 것 같아요?
퓨어 형이 약간 1대1을 좀 잘하는 것 같아요, 느낌이.
그래서 어디까지 갈 것 같아요?
그래서 결승 가지 않을까요, 퓨어 형은?
그러면 본인은
어떤가요?
어떻게 생각하시나요? 본인이 어디까지 갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하세요?
아, 저는 딱히 1대1을 잘하는 게 아니라서 그냥 마지막이 될 것 같아요.
12강에 올라가는 게 마지막이다?
네.
이런 또 겸손의 말씀을 해주셨는데 어쨌든 오늘 멋진 경기 펼쳐주셔서 대단히 감사하고요. 많은 팬 여러분들께서 우리 옥교 선수 승리를 굉장히 많이 응원해 주셨어요. 각오 한 말씀 그리고 팬 여러분들께 인사 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
열심히 할게요.
조금만 더 얘기해 주세요. 열심히 할게요
네.
말고 더 다른 이야기 좀 해주세요.
감사합니다. 열심히 할게요.
네. 네, 귀여운 옥규 선수의 인터뷰였습니다. 대단히 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
옥규 선수가
네.
사실 제가 이 선수 아마추어 시절 때도 알고 프로 처음에 발디었을 때도 같이 만나서 밥도 먹었는데
And that is going to do it for our interview with OQ. The guy is hilarious. I hope you guys enjoyed the translations. Big shout out to Chuds in the chat for giving us translations for OQ's interview. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight because that is going to do it for our games this evening. If you're a big fan of the Solo King, make sure to tune in tomorrow when we close out the group stages with honestly what's going to be some of the best matches so far. And we'll get those brackets coming up there on your screen here in just a second. But once again, I do want to recap in case you missed any of the action. Today we saw a 2-0 victory by Bengi to qualify for the finals, and of course a victory 2-0 for OQ as well. And coming up tomorrow, we see a lot of great action as Baby Hyuna takes on Ambition. Wisdom versus I Am Athena's player Yeji Jiong. And then of course Space versus Mad Life, followed by Forget Me Not versus Coco. Big day for CJ as they look to qualify for the finals with our last day of group stages for the Solo King tournament coming up, so you do not want to miss it. Make sure to tune in 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And if you guys can't remember the times or just want to get a quick friendly reminder, make sure to hit the follow button right down below. It'll let you know whenever we go live with the Solo King. Of course, if you want more information, VODs, or just info on the brackets, you can find more information at azubu.tv. Scroll all the way down to the bottom for everything you need to know. Of course, if you're looking for more bracket information, lol.esportspedia.com. Great place to find info. Search for the Solo King. My name has been Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me has been Seth Achilleos King. We've been your casters for tonight. And we'd love to know what you guys thought about tonight's broadcast, so make sure to head on over to Twitter. Tweet at AchilleosCasts or at RapidCasting. Use hashtag TheSoloKing and let us know what you thought about tonight's matchups, as well as make sure to tweet at AzubuTV and thank them for putting on this wonderful tournament. Could not do it without them, and do want to thank both AzubuTV, the wonderful production crew at InVen Broadcasting this from Korea, and of course all the players organizations for competing in this. It's been an incredible tournament, and it's just going to keep getting better. So make sure to tune in tomorrow for our final day of the group stages. CJ Antis players, we've got I Am Athena players, as well as Wisdom, the only other guy in the group outside those categories. So make sure to tune in tomorrow for more Solo King action. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching.
What's up, Machinima Realm viewers, and welcome to another episode of Top 5 LoL Plays. I really hope you guys will enjoy the plays, but let's go into the number 5 spot. This one is going to be starting off around the Baron pit. As you see, the blue team is trying to attempt it, but as Azara trying to ward gets pulled in, she ends up dying to the Blitzcrank and to the rest of the team. But you gotta remember, you can't always count them out, as Azara with her passive ends up stealing the Baron. Let this be a lesson, you should never count anyone out. Moving on to the number 4 spot is going to be a Katarina play in the middle lane. We're going to be putting our eyes onto the blue team's Katarina as she gets Lulu ulted, as she finally gets the kill on the enemy's Katarina right under the tower. The Rengar finally comes in, but he puts his focus on the Lulu. As the Rengar gets his kill, the Katarina is the only one that's left, but she puts a ward over the wall to try and see the Rengar. But as she sees the Rammus and the exclamation mark on top of her, she uses the Shumpo, goes over the wall and dodges both of them and avoids certain death. That was definitely a pretty close play, but jumping to the number 3 spot is going to be a Brand showing us why you never want to dive this champion. The enemy Ezreal throwing a few Qs at the Brand to try and poke him down is not having much success. As the allied Blitzcrank comes in and pulls the enemy Lee Sin right under the tower, but the Jace jumping on the Brand is going to be regretting that decision shortly after. The Brand with an extremely quick reaction, Zhonya is just barely dodging the Ezreal ultimate, also manages to get a kill on the Lee Sin, and finally the Ezreal under the tower picking up a Quadra. Let us not put on the brakes just yet and move on to the number 2 spot, where Viktor, one of the more underrated champions, is going to be showing to us that maybe, just maybe, this champion deserves to be looked at some more. He tried going for the kill on the Corki just earlier with his laser, but the Nami trying to put a stop to him misses the bubble as he keeps sidestepping and dodging so many skill shots. As his W stuns the Nami in mid place, the Corki firing off his Qs tries to finish off the very low HP Viktor for the double buff, but he flashes in, puts on the ultimate, and picks up a double kill in an impressive 2v1 turnaround. But the number 1 place of this week is going to be given to a Pantheon, and he's going to be starting off with a blue buff, just finishing it up. He was wise enough not to waste his smite on the blue because the enemy team is definitely doing Baron. The Pantheon is only 6-3-2 and the score is somewhat close, but that is all going to change in just a matter of seconds as Pantheon with his ultimate drops right in, gets the steal on the Baron while also picking up a kill on the Vi, picks up a kill on the Thresh, but he is nowhere near done as he also gets a kill on the Jax, walks up to the enemy's ADC Twitch and picks him up as well for a pentakill and a Baron steal. If that's not a way to put your team in the lead, I don't know what is. Alright guys, I hope you did enjoy this week of Top 5 LoL Plays, and don't forget to submit your clips to be featured for the next episode.